Yes, I see it coming through. Starts at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am broadcasting that. So I'll turn the mic on. Test.
Testing.
And I'll go back in here. Actually,
I don't have all the audio set up yet.
right, that's fine. I actually have another thought to see if I can have anything function. Oh gosh. I can't have a true test if I'm logging in as myself, so I'm going to forward this email I just sent to myself to my other self.
All right, Sybil.
Oh gosh. So off it goes.
So even this morning, we shouldn't need anybody at helping.
Well, it depends. Well, actually, we can have that person babysit this laptop
Okay.
that we plug in out there. I hope we have a good connection out there with the wireless and electricity.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that would work if this laptop is going to.
It wouldn't be bad to have them there. We could just give them a set of earphones.
Right. It's just if I get it running one place, because I just screw around so much, it helps if I type my username correctly. Okay, now who in the dickens am I? Let's see if I can do this. I know my username, but yay, I did know my password.
You guessed the right one. Good job.
Yay. Okay, plan B did not come through in a timely fashion. Copy. Log out here. Yay!
We should be good on batteries at least till lunch because the new ones are still showing 3 bars.
Okay.
The only one we might want to change is this one here. Talk to that mic for me, Cheryl.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Test.
You're good.
Ding, 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 ding. I wonder if they have coffee out there.
Yes, I do. Everything's all set up.
All right.
Let's see how bad the live stream is today.
So there's this other monitor tab
Mm-hmm.
that kind of gives us that view as well.
Right. So let's go ahead.
So we're already streaming.
Oh, we are. Okay. Can we?
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're all lovely people. Can you hear you? Well, at least some of you, right?
can we go ahead and then do a split screen with trying a real person being live streamed? Since yesterday we could only stream slides.
Sure. Talk to me again, Chris.
Okay, I'm talking again. Non-stop garbage. Wouldn't it be nice to climb under warm covers today? It is such a lousy day. I heard that it is going to be in the low 40s with a high of 52, I believe. Fall has hit us.
Yeah, it's supposed to be cold and rainy for our soccer game this morning.
Oh, that's going to be miserable. How long do soccer games take?
It's 2 30-minute halves.
Okay. See, I'm not a sports person and I run around clueless.
That's just in this age group. Normally it's 45.
Oh, okay. How old are the kids?
10 and 9. I'm sorry, 11 and 9.
There you
I
go.
can't even think yet.
Oh my. Bing, bing, bing. Oh, I see more garbage on the ground. It's from a zipped off something another, plastic.
Okay, we're in good shape.
Okay, we're streaming now. Why in the dickens we couldn't stream yesterday is absolutely a mystery that only Amazon knows. Oh, let me get back in front of the camera because Amazon hates to see people streaming. They'll only stream a slide. Oh my.
All right.
So let's hope this keeps up and does not fail. Otherwise, I say we go to Oregon. All right, I'm gonna put this down. I think people have seen enough of me.
All right, so I'm back to the slide full screen.
Wonderful. Keep your fingers crossed, not.
And maybe because there's not much traffic at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
But, you know.
We're gonna hit highs 10, but we didn't drop a single packet. Plus, they bumped us up by
Yeah, I saw that.
another
I read
half.
Terry's note in more detail.
Yeah, yep. So it was definitely either between the Ornet ring and Amazon that we got blocked at, or Amazon failed. You know, these big companies, you would think they would work. Oh my. But I also am broadcasting just fine in Hangouts. So worst case scenario, I can tell people to, let me see, I wonder how you can find it. See, I've made it publicly available, but they'll have to log
So is
in.
this the audio that they're getting?
Yeah, they're hearing me blibber blabber.
Why wouldn't they get this stream from VLC? Because there's no audio going through VLC right now.
Oh,
I
okay.
turned the audio down.
Oh, okay.
But I
Then,
wonder why we're seeing, and that's
because
obviously
I'm
showing here.
yeah, I'm desktop sharing. So it must pick up my mic until there's other, that's going to be disturbing. But
Can you turn the mic down in settings?
let's see what we do. Oops, hold down the option key. You can tell I'm not with it. Okay.
Go to sound.
What is
Preferences.
Procaster Audio Director? Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's mute my mic.
somebody sitting there chewing in chips and stuff. Being louder than the person who's talking. Check, mic test, one, two.
Check, mic test, 1, 2.
Getting it?
I'm getting your audio, but from ambient.
Check.
So we'd have to stay in this room and just mute my speaker.
Do you want to?
So go
you
ahead.
wanna Put that up here in the front.
Yeah,
Maybe?
yeah,
Just-
Yeah, I
just
think
so-
so.
just And again, that's plain C.
right, right. But I don't mind broadcasting, now right away. Let me move it down and I'll go in that front corner there so that there aren't so many people watching that activity, then front and center. And then we'll just have my speaker continue to be muted. And then somebody can, hold it. How in the dickens are we going to plug in?
Your responsibility is in between the first and second session is to check all the batteries.
Okay.
So, like this has 2 bars, which should be fine for the first session. If it gets down to 1 bar in between session 1 and 2 is fine. So you're 9 volt.
Oh, okay.
Now this one, actually all of these take 9 volts.
You did what now?
9 volt batteries. This one. So,
We just change it out. Just gonna say that,
It's
or-
already showing me the light of the battery, so I'm going to change that. That turns green.
Okay, could you talk again?
We're gonna do batteries.
Well,
Okay,
which ones, these 3 that are over there?
it
those
is picking you up.
It still has the little black piece pop in it. I'm gonna see if that
Okay.
changes the light. So good, when it's red,
are- How does it show?
that's what the low battery is. Let's go that way. So mic check, 1, 2, testing. 1, 2, 3, check, 1, 2. Let's put this up here, so if you want to step down.
These cheese Danish things are really good, by the way. If anyone's interested.
Thank you for testing. You like the King's little taste test
Mine
for
does
poisonous
a
food?
good job. Hysteria.
That's 1, 2, check. Remember, either that mic and that mic are on the same volume that you can't adjust.
Okay.
You just leave it up. Mic test 1, 2, testing 1, 2. This one is number 6.
Mhm.
So just be sure to adjust that as people come here.
Oh, number 6.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2.
How many speakers are there going to be today? 4 or 5?
As many as 6 during the afternoon. I think it's only up to 4.
Okay. Just wanna.
That's a very good question. We have to plan for all of them. And actually, what I might do
There we go.
for the speakers, who are gonna wear these, I think we're gonna use the Countryman instead. There were a lot of times when people were turning their head, looking at the PowerPoint, that we couldn't hear them very well.
Yeah.
Whereas the one over the ear just stays on their cheek when they're turning. So
Are we
let's
just
go
gonna use
ahead
up
and
the
do
same
that.
time with the
Take
volume?
those and install those here in place of these. Each of these will place.
Ah. Need this burger. I'll be drop something.
This was number 4. Let's check this one. So these are curved here for the left ear.
Left ear. Okay.
So if it's around your ear like that,
Mhm.
just make sure this stays on the cheek. Sometimes they move down. Quite a bit. Check. 1, 2, 3. That's a little ringy. 4, number 4. Mic test 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sounds
Mic
good.
test. Check. Yep. Yeah, when you start to hear just a little bit of that ringing, bring it down just a little bit more. So 4, 2, 3.
Where am I putting these little guys?
Just put them on the bottom for now. They'll go back in those little zipper pockets.
Yeah, my place is getting,
Yeah, so in between sessions, we'll especially since you'll be recording upstairs.
right.
Testing, testing. Okay. I'm back there. Oh, gosh.
All sorted out?
Yeah. Who knows if I got any viewers. Oh, there's the embed command. Okay. Actually, new page. Appearance, Visual Composer. Let's see, add new. This page. That's right.
Does that seem too low?
Maybe a little bit.
Well, if I'm talking.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, normal.
speak
That's
a little
good.
louder, so possibly
Yep.
like here.
Yep, that looks good.
Projecting one's voice.
Yes. Publish that one.
Like a rock star already. Check, 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 check.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, it's not available. He said we're streaming, but I'm not seeing it.
Presentations. Okay. Hello.
Are we really starting at 9? Because I don't see anything.
Good,
These are
because
mine?
even though we say we're live streaming, it does not show up at all. It shows up in Google just fine, but not here. So I can use the time,
Not on the website.
not on the website. So
Check to see if within the code is.
that's what I'm just pasting.
Because I don't know if that changes whenever we do like a new one. I don't know if that changes the address at all. So,
Okay, so I've just updated the page. I have not compared, I just pasted on the.
sure. How you doing, Haley?
I think we're all set.
You need more coffee?
Well, I gotta finish this, might need
Okay.
another, and then I'll be just a happy camper.
I know you need your coffee, so want to make sure you're,
Can't function without it.
I'll get an IV for you if we have.
It did change, Joseph. So
Really?
now I've got the live stream coming on through.
Good.
And then the Google Hangout on air. No, it didn't. Gotta go back and mess with that.
Good morning, Why? How are you? So I was planning to put you in Hopkins this morning. There's supposed to be another phone for students and stuff. So I'm gonna have you babysit that computer. Because that is our plan C of our streaming. What was happening yesterday is our stream to Hopkins was fine, but our stream to the webpage and the internet was internet. So what we have back there is a plan C to use desktop sharing. Just as a backup. So I had to just set that laptop and share all the screens just to watch. We're streaming. You want to send a text to your mom and talk to her over? Her name was Haley. You want to stream?
Streamer. Oh, I like it. All right, these are all hooked up.
Good deal. So again, as we figure out,
Yeah.
do you have your folder?
Marker by chance, because it says 2, it's 3. This one's 3.
Which one was?
This one's 2. This one looks like a 2, but I think it's a 3 in disguise. So I was gonna see if you had a marker so you could label it again.
Okay, it is all working.
Normally?
Yes, I've got it embedded here. I've got a link out to the player there, and I'm linking out to the Google Hangout on air. So we got it running in as many possible ways. Good morning.
You get your first selection.
Thank you. So you're the one that's gonna babysit the machine?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just have you come down here. Okay, let me see. I'm going to refresh because I just updated this page. The audio is on mute because we don't want feedback. This is garbage right there on the floor. And this is what we are streaming right here. So it's just, and I just did that embed so we can get rid of that. So it's just to make sure, oh, come on, disappear. I have no idea how to make it disappear. Okay. Well, no, we'll just ignore it. So it's just to make sure that that keeps running. And it shouldn't be any big deal. Let me see what my settings are. Oh, the App Store. Missed again. Let's go. System preferences. Hold it. Did I just quit? No, I didn't. We've been up at all hours, so I'm not quite with it. Display. Okay, that's fine. Energy saver. Never.
Do you want me to supply a pair of headphones over there?
Oh, she wants to listen back. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Although I guess that would work okay with her. I'm gonna take that off. I'm gonna take that off. I'm just gonna turn off all that stuff and just make sure the display keeps bright. That's the extron. Okay, so what's happening is we're pulling in the information from the back there on that black box to VLC. So VLC needs to keep running. Then I am using Chrome to run the Google Hangout. I wish I could get rid of that box there. That did it. I have no idea why that did it. So I am desktop sharing that stream that's coming from that black box down to my VLC player up to my YouTube Google Plus Hangouts channel. So it's recording on my YouTube channel being live broadcast from Google Plus Hangouts on air. So there's the stop for sharing. We'll keep that just up and running and just keep the computer awake if something goes awry. That's all you have to do. And it's just moving this to make sure that it's still staying awake. It didn't go well yesterday. We could not get the stream out to the world. So that's why we're doing this cockeyed mess. Because I don't trust Amazon Web Services because they failed yesterday. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee.
Why not see the screen? So Haley, for this first session, we have a chair. We'll use the podium mic and then 3 presenters.
Sounds good.
For the second session, there's 1 chair and 2 presenters.
What time does the second session start?
11 o'clock. So this one runs from 9 to 10:30. There's a half-hour break. You need to get coffee. And then 11 o'clock is the start of the second session.
Okay. Okay.
Then I'll be here for the second session. I'll be here for 12. What did you say?
Do you have a
Starts at 9 a.m.-ish. Since no one's here.
And I feel that
Oh, sure.
reference.
Yeah, I know.
Hey.
I printed that out Thursday night and then left it at home on my printer Friday morning.
Oh,
So I'm
okay.
like, oh, forget who my students were, session that was available. I could have 10 minutes to get started.
Okay, so from here on, I mean, I have to use that. I turn this to the right until I get side by side. Well, first I should be recording too.
Yes.
And then I don't have to punch any of these buttons, so they're here.
Except the change from the computer, which is the laptop. Or which is that.
Okay,
But you'll see that.
well, let's see. Remember, I'm operating on a quarter charge.
Sure, sure. Okay, sure. Then look it out, there you go.
Are you from Ohio?
No, I'm from outside of Boston.
Did you go to this place?
I'm Posse.
Really?
Posse's collection, yeah. So I had no idea. It was not even on my radar until then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you like it here?
I do. It took getting used to because it's so very different. Yes, exactly. But I'm happy here now. Got settled in. I come home. It's pretty. Oh, and out there. Amazing fall. The autumn was just beautiful.
That's the winter.
I think Boston's worse. The way I feel, I think this, you guys have like a shorter. Are you from Florida?
I'm in Indiana. We have a very long winter.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's drier. In my Boston, it's like a cold, wet. And it's like from December to like March, it's just brutal. Whereas here, January, February, March starts to warm up a bit here.
See,
So
we
it's a little bit
had,
shorter.
we had in Indiana, because we live north Indiana, we had October it snowed. And a lot of times it'll freeze in October. So from the end of October until by the end of March, it's a real, and even sometimes into April.
Okay,
So it's
it's like a long winter. At least the summer's quite long. And don't you feel like the in-between seasons are so much shorter now?
I do. That's what I think. I think, why is winter so long? Because we used to have fall until November.
Mhm.
Now it's like,
It's like summer
Summer and
instantly into
winter.
Mhm.
yeah, spring is sometimes really short too.
Exactly. That's sad. I like the in-betweens. Like autumn is my favorite.
Is
It's
it?
the year. It's the prettiest.
Oh, I like spring. I like to see things come back to life.
Mhm. It is nice.
Yeah.
More of the, I just like the oranges, yellow.
Yeah, I love those. I grew up in Vermont when I was little, and so it was really beautiful there because it's full of maple trees.
Mhm.
And so that was fun. And then in the spring, we would go tap the maple trees, and my mom and dad would so that was really fun. I would love to learn to do that again.
Oh, absolutely. I've never done that before.
I think we used to tap the trees because I remember going with my dad. He'd have a tap and a bucket under it, would collect sap for I don't know how long. And then we would all gather it up and we put it. That he would have a fire outside, I think, with a pot. And,
You have to cook it?
yeah, you have to cook it down.
So this will stay on their cheap no matter
I'd
what.
have to look up the recipe.
I bet there's places you can do that here too, though.
I think in Indiana we can go to a farm and tap trees.
Okay, so that's our
I definitely want to do that too. I've never even like.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
Services again.
That's such a great
functioning
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
but
it is.
I still have yet to go
Not like that.
I'm from Massachusetts, which is like
Oh.
Apple Central. I still
Anyway.
haven't- No, and I love it. Like,
We drove by an orchard just not
You know,
far from
there's so many around here too. I think I'm gonna go maybe next week or something.
I went to
I'm
their
excited.
house page.
Makes you
And I
appreciate
found
what
out on
probably
their
the Margaret
history,
Carvers
2
had to
days
do.
ago, they were
Absolutely.
throwing a bunch of
I can't even
arrows,
imagine. That's a tough job.
throwing a bunch of arrows out of Virginia.
That's neat.
And so
Oh,
they
I
don't.
think-
Do you want to go back to
They
Boston?
check the source.
You wanna go back to
It's
Boston?
setting up their
Are you in
Well,
grad school now? or-
Oh, I'm undergrad, so I'm open to going anywhere. Really.
And
I
I
like
did,
to move around. So
I
like,
did,
I knew when I was applying for schools that I wanted to go out of state.
that
My parents weren't too happy about that. I'm the youngest as well, but yeah, I would go anywhere.
So see if anybody.
Definitely want to go to grad school
lives up
eventually, so I think I have to do some exploring first.
Yes.
And then,
Good, good.
Trying to get the word
yeah.
out.
Hone in on something.
Well, it's good to have a little life experience when you get to do what you want to do. It's good for you.
It's
good.
good. Explore my options.
Yeah. Good.
Lots of possibilities,
Yes,
right?
yes. Good for you.
No, I think we'll be okay. We've been pretty good at keeping it stable. Our parents, coffee break. Yeah.
And my service here this morning, she'll be down, but double check periodically that you need anything, just text me or,
Sounds good. Appreciate it. Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
How's the babies?
The baby's doing great. Acting like a baby.
Did he
Handling
sleep?
it a little bit better. Oh, I did get some sleep. It's hard for her handling the little one and the little baby monster is turning into a single.
Yeah, trying to run around, yeah,
Yeah.
that age where all of them is in the opposite direction. But
Yeah.
you're right, doesn't know what this baby is.
Yeah, He's okay with the new baby, but he doesn't really understand completely. It's like a toy that's an interesting feature of
Yeah.
he's not really that connected yet.
I remember one of my best memories is the oldest daughter. She went to help me with the baby. She grabbed the trolley. She was pulling her out of bed with her neck.
Easiest way to go there is like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Phil, made it. Was everything okay yesterday at the airport? Perfect. Okay, thank you. And Rob is here.
Maestro.
Good to see you. Are you
Patience.
Yeah. Ron is gonna be here.
Oh.
See you in the email if you guys are still in town.
If you keep saying.
Yeah, same seats.
Oh,
See the call now?
No, I have not yet.
I said the same.
I see it. Okay.
I took a little behind that thing about the program.
Honestly.
Whenever you get a chance after this. is
Yeah, I
over.
saw that. I did see some. I'll get to it on Monday.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Thank you.
You guys are staying the night, right?
I did not plan on it.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, don't feel obligated, but if you want to join us, it's kind of a informal brainstorm.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting. I want to kind of go to the video. I would be kind of interested in when you're talking about child sensitive. I think I'll probably end up in a yes. Not for presentation.
Oh, really? Okay.
Where do we go?
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, PowerPoint, I need it, and they need it there so that.
That's one thing we should
in live stream. So if you have, if you can email it to me, I'll just download it.
Okay.
Because with the live streaming, they
Do
they
you want
feed
PowerPoint
directly
or do you
from
want
this,
a PDF?
the way it is.
Are you logged in?
Oh, no,
It's,
I haven't done
yeah,
anything
well, I
about
can.
that.
Yeah,
I'm Haley.
It's very nice to meet you.
One of the two that we need to do.
Thank you for all your services.
Oh, no problem.
Are you junior?
Yes. I was
I've seen you.
around.
So you can't be a first year student.
No, not anymore, thankfully.
Good morning. Good. It's gonna be upstairs. Good morning. Your presentation will be upstairs. Sorry.
Thank you. Link.
Oh, we read that.
That's the book, yes. Yeah, that's the book. I can't remember the full name or the name of the author. One of my favorite books. That's one.
Oh, it's 9.
It's not.
Oh. Is that
Go outside and do it again. So what you do? Go back in the elevator. You stay there, you get a little off. Just stop. Okay, we go this way.
can be fun to or sometimes, you know.
That's what I was doing. I was just trying to be funny. Dean and I know each other for at least an hour. I've been talking to him. Yeah.
Have some success. And then it was a slow, about 6 minutes. So, thankfully, one of the speakers.
Yeah, you want me to save them?
You can just put them right on the desktop.
I said, at least you know. Yeah. No, that's not a big one. Should I look on there for my PowerPoint or? Sorry.
So if we And if you can run this down, so you can drag it to now we
Oh, here.
Yeah, well, they.
Hi, good morning. Good to see you. I'm very well, thank you. I did, yes. Would you be able to email it to me? Because I would probably do it at the end of this around 12:30. Is that okay? Yes. Do you have any Oh, you're fine, don't worry. Okay, yep, you can just email it to me and I can text it out and bring it to you. No problem.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah.
Which one do we start with? Okay. Let me get the screens. This on your device here. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Just get each one. Okay, go ahead. First. Yeah.
Good morning. Joseph, are we live? All right, thank you. I want to start by thanking Joseph and Cheryl and the ITS team for working long extra hours yesterday, overnight, early morning, to double and triple back up the live stream so that it works continuously today. There were a little bit of technical problems yesterday. It had nothing to do with our team here, had nothing to do with the company that provides the live streaming. It was something happening in Virginia on the internet highway where somebody was not letting us through. So, we're not going to say conspiracy. Oh, I did say it. All right. So we're going to get started here with our first session this morning, Green Jobs and Sustainable Finance. Our speakers, Matt Forstatter, Rob Parento, and Scott Fullweiler, need no introductions. So with that, we'll start with Matt Forstatter.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our conference. And as Fadl said, I'm going to be talking about green jobs and a little bit about green infrastructure. So the question that I want to use as my point of departure is based on some of what Randy Ray was discussing last night. That's the inherent instability of the economy. So can green jobs, and when I say green jobs, of course I'm going to have to clarify what I mean by green jobs, because people mean different things by that term. But not only that, when I say green jobs, I really mean a policy package. Policies should almost never be instituted just as a single policy, because there always will be side effects or anticipated unintended effects, and so you almost always want a package of policies together, especially if you're talking about an issue as complex and diverse as a transition toward a sustainable economy, a sustainable society. And so when I say green jobs, I also include the integration of functional finance approach to managing government budgets and the national debt and the monetary system more generally, with ecological tax reform, the use of a variety of taxes, subsidies, quotas, and so on, to try to encourage sustainable behaviors and discourage unsustainable behaviors. So can green jobs stabilize an unstable economy? So how we answer the question depends on our definition of green jobs, the assumptions behind the analysis, and the other parts of the total policy package. So there are two sets of problems, economic and environmental. Capitalism, unregulated or badly regulated capitalism, is both macroeconomically unstable and environmentally unsustainable. And we all know what the problems are, beginning with unemployment, which is directly and indirectly related to virtually every social problem, major social problem that we have, poverty, inequality, and we need to solve the unemployment problem without a sacrifice of price stability. As Randy talked about, there's the financial instability issue. And so on the environmental side, the economic system has to satisfy certain sustainability rules regarding things like the relationship between the quantities of different emissions in relation to the assimilative capacity of the environment, both locally and globally. So we can't pollute more than the ability of the assimilative capacity to deal effectively with those emissions. Some emissions, of course, are not assimilable in any quantity at all, mercury, cadmium, and so on. But for those that are, there are limits in terms of the quantity of emissions per time period in a geographic region, and the relationship between the rate of stock renewable resource utilization and the rate of renewal or rate of growth of stock renewable resources. Because unlike flow renewables, or sometimes called perpetual resources, like solar and wind, or let's go to hydro energy, the energy, that results from the movement of water, right? Though those perpetual resources or flow renewables, they're not available, in infinite quantities. The definition of flow renewable would be that no matter how much of these resources we use, the same amount is always left over for future use. Not an infinite amount, but utilization of wind or solar doesn't decrease the amount that's left to use in the future. With stock renewables, if our rate of use of these resources per time period is greater than their rate of renewal, if we cut down trees faster than we're replanting them, then these resources too, like exhaustible resources, can be completely used up. And so just because a resource is renewable doesn't mean we can use however much we want per time period, and there always will be enough. So I've kind of whittled my version of the sustainability rules, and you can find some different versions out there. They more or less all contain the same basic several rules. I've whittled mine down to about 5, but the economy must satisfy these to be sustainable in the long run. There's not a question about this. So, given that we have these two sets of problems, the macro problems, the economic problems, and the environmental problems, are full employment and environmental sustainability incompatible goals. It sounds like we are back to the old jobs versus the environment, owls versus loggers, or that we can only have one or the other, but that we would not be able to have both. And even though I have always encouraged my students and others to look at the issues from the perspective of not jobs versus the environment, but jobs and the environment, there is a sense in which these two sets of issues are kind of working in opposite directions, and so are many of the policies and approaches that we have to deal with these seem to be. In other words, I argue that conventional macroeconomic policies are unlikely to be effective, but even if they were, they would probably exacerbate our environmental problems. And if conventional mainstream environmental policies were successful, that they probably would also exacerbate our economic problems. Yesterday in the discussion period, we were talking about how we have to produce enough to feed and clothe humanity without destroying the earth and ourselves. And so in some ways, the provisioning challenge is one where there's a minimal amount of productive activity that needs to take place in order to that every human being and human family and community can have their basic needs met. And the environmental challenges kind of set maximums in terms of the amount of productive activity that the earth and its resources. Now, of course, there's also very important qualitative issues, but there is also this kind of first approximation quantitative tension between the two problems, the two challenges. So it does appear as though the two goals are not easily satisfied at the same time. So when we are considering solving the unemployment problem, we need to recognize a couple of the different general sources of involuntary unemployment in capitalist economies, and also another very important point about the nature of unemployment in a capitalist economy. So the two broad areas of causes of unemployment, you could call Keynesian on the one hand, unemployment due to a lack of adequate effective demand, and structural or technological unemployment. Now, my conception of structural technological unemployment is different than what they sometimes call structural unemployment in the mainstream, although it might have some points of contact. And basically, this is just the difficulty of attaining and maintaining full employment in the face of ongoing structural and technological change. The capitalist economic system is dynamic, and so especially with fast-paced technological change, there are firms that are new. There are others that are going under. There are new industries that are emerging, and old industries that are no longer part of the economy. There are occupations and skills that are new, and there are others that are becoming obsolete. And so all of these changes regard not just the aggregate proportionality and balance of the system, which would be the effective demand side, but the intersectoral relationships, the inter-industry linkages that are so important in the capitalist economy. So, you know, the economy doesn't only require some kind of aggregate balance, but also some type of sectoral proportionality and balance as well. And then the other issue that we must recognize when crafting an unemployment policy is the functionality of unemployment in the capitalist economy. This is something that Keynes actually, to my knowledge, was not aware of, or did not see it as so much of an issue. That is, Keynes differed from neoclassical economics in that he saw involuntary unemployment as normal in a capitalist economy. The economy did not have any built-in tendency to full employment for Keynes, but he saw unemployment as irrational, and therefore all we need to do is eliminate it, and then everything will be better. If unemployment, as Keynes's contemporary Michael Pilecki recognized, if unemployment is functional, and Marx also is probably most famous for this insight. In other words, that unemployment actually performs functions in the capitalist system. It serves a purpose, holding down wages, providing a pool of available labor ready to be hired as demand expands, when the economy goes into expansion, and even unemployment disciplining the workforce, that workers are much more hesitant about making demands when there's a long line of people ready to take their job. When you have full employment, right, then the economy loses those functions. At least it does if we try to stimulate the private sector and normal public sector towards something approaching full employment. It's probably not even possible anyway, but trying to pump up the private sector to anything near true full employment not only would destroy the environment or worsen the environmental problems, but it would not deal with the loss of functionality because if we're doing it by means of sort of pump priming, you know, generic Keynesian stimulus, or, you know, monetary and fiscal policies like that. So just for a minute, I'm going to say a little bit, because others will be speaking on the job guarantee and explaining, you know, how it addresses some of these things. But there are two main ways in which green jobs, as part of a public service employment program, so my green jobs in this sense are all public sector jobs. Okay, they are not private sector jobs. Many people who are speaking about green jobs are trying to see if we can create more green jobs, and more green jobs will emerge in the private sector. Not enough to do anything like employ everybody who needs a job, but a public sector, you know, green jobs core, a green WPA, a green Marshall Plan, has a couple different ways that can promote environmental sustainability. One is that, of course, the people who are performing the work can actually do things that protect the environment, improve the environment, enhance the environment. Here's just, you know, some examples of recycling and insulation, rooftop gardening, urban landscaping. I see a real wonderful area in the emergence of urban agriculture, and that also, of course, is, you know, enhancing the environment, giving young people something they're passionate about. And even unskilled labor can assist in a lot of the tasks that are involved in monitoring, enforcement, education, and research. So there's many, many things to do, right? But also, even if these public sector jobs are not assigned to performing a task that is explicitly enhancing the environment or cleaning up the environment, an economy that increases job creation and approaches full employment through this kind of a program can be more sustainable than if we tried to stimulate the private sector to do the same thing, because public sector activities should not be judged by the same criteria that we judge private sector activities, efficiency criteria. It always gets my goat when I hear people talking about a public sector activity. Public sector activities are not profit, and so they should not be efficient in the sense of a private market. That's not the goal of a public sector activity, right? Instead, the criteria, of course, they should be cost effective, but the activities can be designed and judged according to different criteria, broader macro, social, or environmental goals. And private firms are compelled by market competition to use technologies that may not be good for the environment, or to use conditions of production that use more scarce natural resources, and so on and so forth. But public sector activities can be designed to pollute less, to use fewer exhaustible resources. And so even if these activities are not performing an explicit environmental service, they will still be more sustainable. For example, we can have many job guarantee activities that are almost pure services, and so are not increasing the pace of environmental problems. And then the last point is this integrating of functional finance approach to budgetary policy and ecological tax reform. And so just quickly on areas where these two approaches find commonality, both think tax bads, not goods, is what we should be doing. We do the opposite. We tax things we want to encourage: income, innovation, employment, and we don't tax enough pollution and resource depletion and so on. And then money as accounting information on the one hand versus real resources that are subject to the laws of physics on the other. So this distinction is recognized by both approaches. So, you know, you can run out of real resources, but you can't run out of accounting information. And some really otherwise smart people can't seem to understand this, right? Al Gore, you know, I mean, he invented the internet, but he cannot understand that if you put green pieces of paper in a box and bury them and dig them up in 75 years, and you haven't created the food and clothing that the population in 75 years needs, the green pieces of papers will do nothing for you. And on the other hand, if you are able to create the goods and services that the population requires, the money is never going to be a problem. Okay, so deficits can be too big, but they can also be too small. And so the idea would be to bring in the modern money perspective and functional finance that Randy was talking about last night and that others will talk about for the rest of today, and integrate that with ecological tax reform, the use of taxes, subsidies, and so on, to try to guide the economy toward a transition to sustainability, but to do so without sacrificing meeting basic human needs through employment opportunities. And those are not only material needs, but also the psychological and emotional needs that are associated with having the opportunity to hold a job at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rob, you're next.
Does it sound okay? If not, just tell me to go
Rob Brent.
Welcome all. Sorry I missed you yesterday, but I had something I need to take care of that I didn't anticipate with my son. I'm very excited to be here. I think it's very important that modern monetary theorists are speaking with the more sustainable, regenerative economic orientation. I think it's a very powerful union that's happening here. And I'd hope that it would happen in my lifetime, and it's happening, and it has to happen. I don't see any other way forward at this point. I want to talk about building regenerative economies using parallel or complementary currencies, alternative financing instruments, and particular, I'm going to talk about the TAN plan, tax anticipation notes, an approach, an instrument that I cobbled together for the situation in Greece, presented in Athens in November 2013 at the Levy Institute conference. And some form of it seemed to have been being skunk worked in Athens, but they didn't want to talk about it, and the finance minister almost got accused of treason for looking into this possibility. But it's a very powerful tool, I think, that we will find is a very useful way of slipping past the neoliberal stranglehold on finance and rededicating the state towards public infrastructure that builds the green economy that we all want to live in and that we know is the only way forward for us as a species. So we're facing a huge challenge now in what Joanna Macy calls the Great Turning. There's several different elements to it. One of the main ones is that leg capitalism is showing that its growth strategies have pretty much been exhausted. We're seeing productivity growth slowing down around the world. We have demographic waves turning against the supply side growth. Mainstream economists will tell you workforce, labor force growth rate plus labor productivity growth rate is what determines your speed limit for the economy. While the speed limit appears to be falling below 2, maybe even below 1 in some cases, not just in the developed markets, but also in the emerging markets. In the emerging markets, we've had a decade or two of overinvestment, investment booms, often in real estate, not exactly a productive asset in terms of creating future products or future income flows, and malinvestment. We've had different sectors, particularly in China, where too much capital has been dedicated to production and flooding of tradable goods has occurred, so we have tradable goods price deflation occurring. In the developed markets, we have an Ouroboros machine, where the snake is chasing its tail and catching its tail. In my lifetime, maximizing shareholder value has become the main imperative, the dictate of corporate management. And what does that actually mean? If we translate that into plain English, when we're maximizing shareholder value, CEOs and CFOs are issuing debt. They're issuing debt to repurchase shares, to artificially drive up the price of the shares that they get partially compensated for in their options. Surprise, surprise, the incentive structures are a little screwy here. And they're doing it while not reinvesting the profits that they have into tangible capital stock that will create future income streams. So this is a setup for a major Minsky moment in my mind when you use debt and you don't put in place a productive asset that will create income flows in the future that will service that debt. Eventually you come to a screeching halt. But in the meantime, we're getting underinvestment in the developed markets at a time when we know we need to do massive green infrastructure. We've got ecosystem decay, we've depleted natural capital stocks, it's all off the books. UN recently did a study. They found out if you looked at the costs that companies externalize and you tried to account somewhat for this natural capital depletion, it adds up to about the same share of GDP as US corporate profits, which means capitalism is not profitable. But we don't do that kind of accounting. We allow companies to externalize costs. We allow natural capital stock to be depleted without anybody having to show it on any kind of books. Amazing how we do this. And we've got a private sector which, because of this maximized shareholder value dictate in the ultra short run, they don't add that to the phrase, but that's what it's all about. Next quarter's earnings, next quarter's stock price. Private finance is too myopic to engage in many of the green infrastructure, long payback period types of projects that we need to be doing. And public finance is ideologically constrained. Balanced budgets or limits to fiscal deficits are the ideological fashion of the day. Even Bernie Sanders, who has an MIT-inspired economic advisor, needs to be turned. I'm running a campaign called Turn the Burn, so that we can get him to understand when he goes on CNN and they say, oh, Bernie, those are wonderful ideas, but how are you going to pay for it? He says, well, the government creates the money that you need to get in your hands to pay taxes and to buy bonds. So there is no financial constraint. And here is Chairman Greenspan on videotape telling you that in front of Congress. And here is Chairman Bernanke telling you the same thing in front of Congress. They're under oath, by the way, when they're talking these things. And we can go back through statements of Federal Reserve Chairman, or there's a New York Fed president from the 1940s, Bernard Rummel, who makes it very clear taxes are obsolete. That's the name of his article. So we knew this stuff, but we kind of conveniently forgot it right around the Reagan era. Then finally, there's, as I was alluding to before, there's this illusion that there's no money left. We have no money left to build a regenerative economy. Social Security is going to eat it all up. Medicare is going to eat it all up. This is a really bizarre statement because when we look at what central banks have done, this is the total assets of the Federal Reserve in red, going from $1 trillion in 2008 to over $4.4 trillion more recently. There was no absence of money when it came time to subsidize bondholders, the 1%, who own government bonds, which are what the Federal Reserve is buying, marking up over the fair market, free market price, subsidizing the capital gains of the 1%. We're willing to do that kind of spending, and we have limitless amounts of money. I could show you the same balance sheet for the BOJ, for the Bank of England, for the ECB, which supposedly only has one mandate to preserve a low inflation target, so on and so forth. There's no shortage of money when it comes to subsidizing the 1%, but building a green economy, we don't have the funds for that. We can't do that. So we have to blast through this cult. It's a cult. We've been brainwashed to believe that there's no money left for such things. How are we going to do that? I think we can do it through creating alternative financing instruments like the TAN proposal and using complementary currencies in a wise way. So we're going to try and take a line from Jim Morrison. We're going to break on through the other side. That's part of what we're doing here. We're going to meld the best of complementary currencies with MMT insights. There's something like 80 complementary currencies inside the Eurozone alone today. But they don't get widespread adoption beyond the mutual credit networks or the social affinity groups that they're circulating amongst, because they're not acceptable as payment for tax liabilities. There was one, the Wörgl in Austria in 1932, which was acceptable as tax payment, and it was used to do tree planting and road building and so forth. Locally, 200 towns were about to adopt it across Austria. The Austrian central bank said, no, can't do that, that's not legal. So when we combine MMT insights with complementary parallel currencies, of which there are many, Bernard Liebherr has a whole book about them, you can catalog these things 8 ways to hell and back again. It's amazing the ingenuity that people have brought to the construction and creation and allocation of money for various social purposes when we take it out of the normal state-based or bank-based issue. So what I'm going to propose here is that we do an end run around the neoliberal stranglehold, and we begin issuing alternative public financing instruments like this tax anticipation note, which I'll describe in a moment, and different kinds of parallel currencies to bypass this artificial fib, this lie that we have a scarcity of money, and that's what's holding us back. It's a financial constraint. It's self-imposed. And we'll do this while at the same time as Matt was alluding to before, training the labor force for the next economy. For a sustainable full employment economy to exist, we need the people with the skills in place. We know there's a lot of hidden unemployment. The labor force participation rate is ridiculously low in this country. As you get more people retiring, you're going to need either higher productivity or higher income streams of the existing workforce to carry the rest of the load. So this serves many different purposes. I'm going to show you 2 different applications, one in Greece, and another one I want to adapt at more the state or county level for financing water rationing, water scarcity response in California. So let me talk just very briefly about Greece. It's a clear example, and now we've run this experiment in many countries across the Eurozone, of the failure of neoliberalism. Greece had a problem not with fiscal deficit spending. That wasn't what got out of control in the 2000s. They had a chronic current account deficit that kept getting wider and wider and wider because their households and businesses were spending more money than they were earning, and they were spending a lot of that money on imported goods. When we hit the global financial crisis in 2008, these households and firms went to a net savings position. They wanted to save money. They wanted to spend less than they were earning and pay down the debt loads that they had built up over the prior decade. Debt that was issued in many cases by German and other core European banks, because what were they doing? They were running chronic current account surpluses and increasing their claims on other countries along the way. And so it was two sides of the same coin. The solution in Greece that was imposed politically was fiscal austerity, but the problem wasn't fiscal irresponsibility to begin with. In fact, Spain, I think, was running a fiscal surplus for much of the 2000s. So there was an incorrect diagnosis. It was an ideological diagnosis. It was a decision to shrink the size of the state in these economies. And Greece, like the rest of the members of the Eurozone, has minimal monetary policy influence. We have a one-size-fits-all monetary policy. So they had no fiscal room to maneuver. They had minimal monetary policy room to maneuver. It was all, remember, ECB is supposed to be doing one thing, keeping inflation below 2% by one single measure of it. They had no foreign exchange policy because basically the European Monetary Union combined all of these currencies into one. Think of it as a fixed exchange rate to the euro at the point of unification. So there's a fixed nominal foreign exchange rate, and you can depreciate your currency on a real basis if you're willing to grind down your wages and your prices by running your economy with huge slack, huge unemployment, very low capitalization rates. So domestic price and income deflation becomes the only route out for Greece. And that, from the perspective of the core European nations, is the honorable way to do this. Cuts the wages, cuts the prices, you're all good with the current account, you're off to the races, you're much more efficient. And hey, if you have a high private debt load, you're in deflation, and you have a Great Depression on your hands, and it doesn't go away for years, and you have a lost generation and a failed nation state. Brilliant. This is the brilliance of neoliberal economics. And they've stuck to it year after year after year, even though in country after country we've demonstrated that this ideology, this faith-based economics, is a hoax. It's an utter failure, unless it's serving another agenda, which I don't need to speculate on here. In 2010, I tried to capture Wynne Godley's approach to financial balances in the overall economy using what I call the Godley map, or the macro financial balance map. And just to sort of help you understand the Greek problem, the vertical axis here is the fiscal balance, fiscal surplus to the north, fiscal deficit to the south. The horizontal axis is the current account balance as a share of GDP. And to the east, we have a current account surplus, selling more exports than you're importing. To the west, you have a current account deficit. You can see from 2000 to 2007, the fiscal deficit in Greece is between 5 and 7%. What happens to the current account over that period? It balloons from 7% up to 14% of GDP. Now, the sector balances of each part of the economy have to net sum to zero in any accounting period. When we get to 2007, we're running a 14% of GDP current account deficit in Greece, huge imports relative to exports, and we're running a 7% of GDP fiscal deficit. The difference between those two means the private sector is spending more than it's earning, to the tune of 7% of GDP. That's pretty big, and if you keep doing that year after year, your private debt to income ratios surge, and your financial fragility surges, and your ability to withstand income and price deflation in your private sector becomes minimal. You are setting yourself up for a Great Depression if you do that. We can see what happened with the fiscal austerity, but it doesn't really work until we get into 2012, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but it does work to collapse the current account deficit, because what happens to the imports when domestic demand collapses, you don't buy as many imported goods when you don't have the income streams to pay for it. So what we had was the private sector going from a huge net deficit spending boom in the 2000s, fueled by German banks to a great extent. And when the global financial crisis hits in 2008, they say, well, no, we're done. We're not going to spend as much, and they shift to a major net savings position. As they do that, the current account balance adjusts. The fiscal balance doesn't adjust so well, at least initially, because tax revenues are falling as incomes fall. And government expenditures going up as unemployment rates go up. Fiscal balance is partly endogenous to economic activity. The Austerians don't seem to get this, but there it is, right there on the snail trail. So what we've got now is deficit terrorism, and Greece has ushered in the rise of Golden Dawn as a fascist party. The Germans are replaying basically the Brüning scenario of 1930, 1931. He imposed austerity on Germany. What did you get? Adolf Hitler. It wasn't the beer hall putsch, it was Brüning's austerity. So we're repeating history here in a very, very malevolent way. You get this doom loop with this stuff. When you try to put an economy into a cold bath, deflation, to get it to grow again, expansionary fiscal consolidation was the buzzword. That didn't work. Internal devaluation was the buzzword. That didn't work. Those are all code words for income and price deflation, for smashing households and firms' cash flows, okay? What did we get? As I showed you, they couldn't get the public deficit to GDP ratio down because the tax revenues would come up short, the expenditures would be above plan as the unemployment rate went up, and what would happen? The EC would come in and say, you must follow the rules. You did not make the rule 3% GDP, so more tax cuts, more expenditure, more tax hikes, more expenditure cuts, wash, rinse, repeat. You're caught in this doom loop. They can't see this. You can't get out of this thing. And you get, in the end, a failed nation state. Okay, that's what we're headed toward. Greece, probably Spain too, maybe Italy as well. Is that what the EMU was created for? I hope not. But that's the result that we're getting when neoliberal economics is running amok. And it's really a faith-based economics. So how do we break out of this? We're going to do an end run. And again, I proposed this in Athens in November 2013. We're going to create a government liability called tax anticipation note. It's a zero interest coupon bond, meaning it pays out no interest rate. It's a perpetual bond. It never gets called back in. It is in existence for perpetuity. Britain had these, they were called consols. It's a transferable bearer bond. You can give it to somebody else, your name is on it, and you're the only person that can use it. And we're going to set it up as secured, encrypted electronic credits to bank accounts of recipients of these TAN issuances. This is a TAN. This is a TAN. It is zero interest rate paid to you. It's perpetual. It's transferable. So we can see a way of creating a government liability, a government financing instrument that's essentially money. It can be used as money. It can be used as a final means of settlement in private transactions. We're going to electronically issue these TANs to pay government employees and domestic suppliers to governments in green infrastructure projects in Greece. The government, in turn, is accepting these TANs at par. 1 TAN equals €1 as payment for taxes. That's how we maintain the value of the TANs. If the TAN trades at a depreciated rate relative to the euro, what's going to happen? Anyone with a tax liability is going to go bid for TANs in the marketplace and deliver them to the Greek treasury as payment for taxes. So you have an automatic self-regulating mechanism to keep this 1 TAN equal €1 exchange rate, internal exchange rate, essentially fixed. And you're going to allow consenting adults to buy and sell TANs as they wish. There would be private exchanges that would occur. And because it's a complementary currency dressed up as a bond, but acceptable as payment for taxes, we now have joined MMT with parallel currencies, and we have a good chance that this TAN unit will be used in private transactions. And in fact, there's things we could do to try to encourage that to happen. So we're creating an alternative financing unit that frees up fiscal policy, creates a way of creating jobs and income flows inside the economy while restructuring the economy along green regenerative lines, and also provides a stock of money to flow through the economy. So it serves many purposes. I'm not going to talk about this, but you can use Krugman's cross, which he referred to only once and never again, but got him very close to understanding Godless financial practices. I'm going to jump over this actually, but basically the idea is when the private sector decides to net save, as they do after a global financial crisis occurs, the private sector curve shifts up, and you end up, unless you shift fiscal policy to more stimulative position, with lower GDP. If you try to go to government balanced budgets, you get even lower GDP. And in a highly privately embedded economy, that's the kiss of death. That's the almost insurance policy of getting you into the Great Depression. And ELR would create a vertical, an employer of last resort would create a vertical fiscal balance schedule, and you could create it to target any nominal GDP level that you would require given the private sector net saving preference schedule. And I'm not going to go into this, but I can do that after we've been through it once. So how can we apply this in the case of Greece? To have TAN financed green growth, we saw the problem is the current account. A large chunk of the current account deficit increase is energy related. So we could use TAN financed ELR and green infrastructure projects and large scale solar panel install. Germany's got solar panels all over the place. Germany's a cloudy place. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's a lot cloudier than Greece. So Greece could actually become a net exporter of solar energy to the rest of Europe. Never thought of that. So we could install solar rooftop water heaters. We could have wind and wave energy farms. We could have some shoreline, I'm told, it's windy up there sometimes. We could do rooftop rainwater catchment programs. We could do gray water reuse programs. We could do community food forests. Many, many things we can do. Once you begin encountering these possibilities and you take away the financing constraint, the sky is the limit. And the potential will grab the political imagination of people who are being downtrodden by neoliberal faith-based austerity economy. So this also would free up euros for external use and for essential imports like pharmaceuticals. A lot of pharmaceuticals come into Greece, and external debt service. Now let's take this from the nation-state level down to a state level. We've got a huge drought problem in California. Can we apply TANs to drought remediation and wise water use? Governor Brown's going about it in 4 ways. One is to try to redirect more Colorado River water to California. Good luck with that. There's a couple other states that have the same interest. He's using rationing. That's politically third rail. He's creating all kinds of enemies with that. He's replacing grass with astroturf all over public spaces. And he's got his father's edifice complex. Pat Brown liked to build big, huge things, pour lots of concrete. And Jared Brown wants to do hugely energy intensive water desalinization plants. Wrong way. We could do this another way. We could use an alternative, TAN financed California WPA and CCC projects, as Matt was recommending before. We could do laundry to lawn, gray water reuse. We could change lawns to food forests, sheet mulch them. I've done this. You get 6 volunteers. It takes you 2-3 hours to put cardboard down and compost down. In 2-3 months, you can grow you basically have your own supermarket in your front yard. Gray water reuse and composting toilet subsidies, all kinds of ways we could use TAN financed WPA CCC projects to do this. And here at this level, the TANs could be accepted either at the state level in payment for income taxes or at the county level for payment of property taxes. So you're creating a demand for these TANs. And it's actually built on a prior experiment within California. They were using script for a moment or two there when they had a budget deficit problem a couple years ago. And just last year, we legalized community currencies in California. So there's room to believe that this could occur without having to create too much trouble. We used to know how to do this. This is the Berkeley Rose Garden. It's a beautiful place. And in the spring day, there's no better place to just sit and realize you're happy to be alive. Beautiful view of the bay across. They built this in 1937, at the tail end of the Great Depression. Who built it? The WPA. We once knew how to do this. We can do this again, and we can use it to serve the purposes of creating wiser water use within the state. We can also use it to mainstream permaculture ideas. We lived by permaculture ideas for thousands of years as human race, basically using our understanding of how natural systems evolved and working with it, not working against it, enriching it, not depleting it. So this is a way that we could sneak permaculture practices, and Bill Mitchell, one of the MMT bigwigs, is all over this. I just got my permaculture design certificate. I highly recommend it to all of you. You should know this is basic, like high school level education. We should all have this. The tribe once taught us this, or else we didn't survive. So we can do this again. And how do we get our hands around the possibilities here? In the US, we use about 100 gallons per day of water, and in the UK, only 40. Well, part of that, a big part of that is the fact that we all want to believe we have French estates, so we have these lawns in front of our houses that serve virtually no purpose except we get to mow them every weekend, and we drop 19 trillion gallons of water into them per year. It's insane. We can turn these into food forests for ourselves, for our neighbors, and cut that in half at least. Drip irrigation, mulching, all kinds of ways to do this. We have also in this country 900 billion gallons, almost 1 trillion gallons per year of untreated sewage water flowing into the waterways, because when it rains, the sewer systems back up and they have to let out the excess. And in each home, between 10 and 20% of the water use is just leaks. Okay, so there's plenty of places where we can begin to make improvements here. Gray water reuse, something as simple as taking the water from your washing machine and dropping it through a mulch basin and drip irrigating it into your lawn where you have fruit trees and so forth growing. That could save 10 to 20 gallons per person per day. That can be done in an afternoon. You can train teenagers, you can train long-term unemployed people to do that in an afternoon. This is something that's a no-brainer. And gray water is typically 3/4 of indoor water use. So we're talking bathroom sinks, we're talking showers, we're talking baths, we're talking laundry machines. We can do rooftop rainwater catchment projects. You get 1,000 gallons for each inch of rain on a 1,500 square foot home. In Sebastopol, they get 36 inches. That's Northern California, 36 inches of rain per year. So you can basically take care of all your water needs on site. That creates an interesting solution for the water infrastructure upgrade, which no municipality, no county, no state is prepared to do, and nobody wants to talk about. Okay, there's one pipe coming into New York City that brings all the water into New York City. It's probably getting on to 98 years old, I don't know. What happens when that pipe breaks? Composting toilets, that's 5 to 6 gallons per flush. Why are we urinating and defecating into the water stream? We don't need to do that. Nitrogen and urine is great for the soil. You can make human manure out of human shit, and it can be used on some crops. In fact, it's called night soil in China. They've been doing it for thousands of years. And so there's all kinds of ways of approaching this once you start to think about it. So we can do this residential. I've worked with a variety of nonprofits. They're on the ground. They've been doing this for over a decade. They've shaken these systems down. Daily Acts is one in Petaluma, Permaculture Skills Center in Sebastopol is another one, Great Water Action in Oakland. They're doing this. They've been doing this. They are waiting and willing to train hundreds and thousands of people to do this. So if we had TAN financing, we could launch this tomorrow. They just want capacity. That's all they want. And this is Trathon Heckman, that's his front yard. Nature is naturally abundant. The one instruction in all our DNA is life wants more life. You put an apple tree in your front yard, and you have too many apples before too long. You have to give them away to your neighbor. So he's converted his whole front yard into a food forest. Now he knows his neighbors, the guy walking the dog, give him an apple. He wants to know what's going on with your front yard. So you're reconnecting people with nature. You're reconnecting people with their neighbors, with community. And there's even, I've seen it in this neighborhood, a spiritual element to it. The gun-toting Republican with the rack on his pickup truck is talking to the Obama-not Prius driver about this stuff. And they're both excited about it. And it has nothing to do with the ideological divide that keeps us apart. So this can be done on a residential level, neighborhood by neighborhood. We could start in the poorest neighborhoods. And we could do this with a WPACC see TAN Finance project. We can do this at the commercial level. In Seattle, there's something called the Bullet Center. They designed it to the living building. Challenge is a 6-story, 50,000 square foot building. It's water and energy neutral. We could use TANs to subsidize some of this in government buildings. We could be building these buildings today. They have a 56,000 gallon rainwater tank on site. They do gray water filtering by plants using living machines, using ecological based systems, and they've got composting toilets. We could do this today on the commercial side. We just don't have money. We don't have the money. And in my permaculture design project, we decided we're going to start reclaiming public parks. We're going to reoccupy public parks. We're going to regenerate the commons. And we're going to use these as places for education and also for food production. And so on the left is the way the park looks now, a bunch of soccer fields, picnic areas, bathroom, big parking lot. We're going to cover the parking lot with solar panels. We're going to run rainwater off of that solar panel system into a keyhole garden, community garden. We're going to do all kinds of demonstration projects around rainwater reuse in the bathroom, so on and so forth. We can recapture public parks, which we've assumed we just go for picnics, we go for the soccer game, turn them into community building areas using TAN-based financing as part of the approach here. So it can be done on many different levels today. We know from our civil engineers that we got a big problem with our sewer infrastructure. Dealing with the water issue using TAN-based financing is one way to handle that. We can, in permaculture, we talk about stacking functions. We can, while saving water, also save energy. About 20% of the total electricity and almost a third of natural gas used in the state is used for water. So we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And there ought to be ways of being innovative about monetizing future cost savings while we go about redesigning water infrastructure along these lines. So in San Antonio, Texas, they have to spend $5,000 per acre foot of water to get new aquifer water rights. If they want to build a new dam and run pipelines, that's going to cost them $1,000 per acre. They can get the same results, cutting water usage by over a third, almost 40%, just at $300 per square foot. That's where we can hit it. That's where we can do TAN-based financing. That's where we can do state and county-based WPA and CCC. This is all doable. We just have to break the stranglehold of neoliberal economics on our minds. So let's reclaim money. Let's compost the old economy, and let's build a new regenerative economy. It's doable. It's happening. Let's make it happen.
While Scott is setting up his PowerPoint, I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. I don't know about you guys, but I think we should have this man in the White House.
So are they leaving by 3 minutes? Is that okay?
You know, 5.
5, okay. Well, I only have 60 slides, so that's pretty easy. Okay, so well, I'm just going to jump into it since we're running low on time, and this might go quick, so we can just some of it out of my Q&A perhaps. Anyway, well, look, actually, let me go back. What I want to do is look at, well, what the title says, how modern money tells us what it tells us economic sustainability.
We're playing.
We're playing.
No,
Yes. I can talk fast.
Yeah, we're going to cut into the break, so.
All right.
We just don't have enough money. We don't
Right. We have a time bank. That's what it is. All right. A number of folks have, in my view, incorrectly suggested that modern money is great, but well, that part is a correct suggestion. The incorrect part of it is when they say, but you haven't integrated ecology. And as we've just seen in the previous 2 presentations, there's quite a bit of consistency. My approach is complementary to the previous 2. I was going to look at some of the central tenets of modern money and show us where we go with sustainability as a result. So first lesson, which you've heard quite a bit already, economies are not constrained by finance.
So Randy was talking last night about the loanable funds model. Loanable funds model assumes that we are constrained by finance. There is a supply of savings there, and there's no more. Right? That's all there is for us to be loaned out and to be loaned to the government, etc. But let's think for a second. Where does the U.S. dollar come from? Right? I remember I teach in Iowa, and of course every year we get all the candidates coming to our school. And I remember back in 2008, Hillary Clinton was there, and she was so mad at the Bush administration for running these budget deficits because now China had become our banker, right? Because of, I don't know, China somehow prints dollars. I'm not quite sure how they figured it out, but does it come from Goldman Sachs? Well, of course, our Treasury secretaries don't come from Goldman Sachs. Anyway, this is, some of you guys might have seen, this is Richard Murphy's blog. He is an advisor, I don't know exactly his capacity, he's an advisor to Jeremy Corbyn, new Labour Party leader. He had a conversation with a friend of ours, Stephanie Kelton, which he blogged about, and he says during the email exchange, I guess it was the email exchange, when discussing the problem of explaining who pays for government investment, Stephanie said something which is, the problem is everybody thinks money grows on rich people. I think that's one of the best statements. You guys did laugh, but we'll use that one again. So where does money come from? Well, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis tells us where the dollar comes from. As the sole manufacturer of dollars whose debt is denominated in dollars, the U.S. government can never become insolvent. The sole manufacturer of dollars. Okay. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a schematic here for understanding money and what basically has been talked about ever since last night with Randy's presentation. This actually comes out of a paper Matt and Warren Mosler wrote, what, 97, something like that, and it showed up also in Randy's book in 98. We can think of the government and central bank. I put them together for the moment just because it's simpler. When the government spends, it creates central bank reserves. We can trade those in for green paper stuff. But when the government spends, sends a Social Security check, it creates central bank reserves by doing that. And it's the bank then credits your account with the deposit. Okay, now we can talk about bond issuance and so forth, but that doesn't change the central nature of what's going on. When we send taxes, as Randy said last night, we have our bank account debited, or we borrow from Citibank, I suppose, but by using our credit card. And then our bank debits our account and sends its own reserves back to the federal government's account at the Treasury. Okay? We can call that state money, or the state money approach. And that's essentially what Richard Murphy was talking about, and so forth. Actually, Richard Murphy, Stephanie. That's not the only kind of money that gets created. And I don't like the word money because all money is a liability of somebody. And so it's better to just say whose liability you're talking about. But here's the Bank of England. It tells us that what you guys learned about banking in your principles of economics textbooks was incorrect. There is no fractional reserve system. Okay? We have reserve requirements do not constrain banks. Reserves do not constrain banks. Deposits do not constrain banks. Okay? As they say there in bold, whenever a bank makes a loan, it simultaneously creates a matching deposit in the borrower's account, thereby creating new money. Rather than banks receiving deposits when households save and then lending them out, bank lending creates deposits. And Randy was talking about this last night. It's the loanable funds model, the money multiplier model that you learned is incorrect. Banks just create money out of thin air. The process is not constrained by reserves. It's constrained by other things. Should be constrained by being able to find credit with borrowers. It's constrained to some degree by capital requirements of banks. It's constrained by the fact that some people may or may not want to borrow at the prevailing interest rate and those sorts of things. could be constrained by regulators telling banks what they can and cannot do along the lines of what Randy talked about last night. And it should be. But they're not constrained by reserve requirements for reserves and so forth. And you can't make them constrained. There's a lot of folks on the left that are trying to find ways, 100% money and so forth, to constrain banks. And in my opinion, none of those work. So what we can do is look at banks creating loans and deposits as sort of a horizontal expansion. Okay? And the reason why we do a horizontal expansion is because they're not creating net worth for the private sector when they do this. Whereas the government, when you receive a Social Security check or any sort of payment from the government, that is net worth going into the economy. Okay? And then when we pay back loans, it destroys those deposits. Okay? So we typically call that the horizontal type of money and the other one that I did earlier, vertical. So we put them both together, right? We have two different types of money. The point I want to make here is this process is not constrained. Okay? Both of these types of money are created out of thin air. Okay? We do not have a financial constraint in our economy. Aggregate economies in the aggregate are financially constrained. What are they constrained by? Well, capacity utilization, productive capacity. So I got a graph here that shows capacity utilization in blue and CPI in red. It's not a perfect correlation because, in fact, we don't allow our capacity utilization to get high enough to really create inflation most of the time. But there is some sort of positive relationship to it. And if you allowed it to get too high, you would see some inflation. What else are we constrained by? Well, as the previous presentations told us, we're constrained by ecological constraints or capital, or whatever the word is you like to use. So you may have heard about the unburnable carbon movement, or the the assets one. What's the word I'm looking for? Stranded assets. That's the word, right? That a significant percentage of the fossil fuel reserves that we see will never be burnt, because if they do, we will go well over the 2 degrees Celsius increase limit that governments at some point are going to constrain themselves to. And so at some point, these fossil fuel companies are going to have to write these off their balance sheet. So economies are not constrained by finance, they're constrained by productive capacity and ecological limits. We're going to move into that one a bit more in a second. One thing that I find interesting, this is a paper that Citi put out just a month ago, and it's pretty good. And it's kind of a big deal because Citibank is saying this. It's saying, sustainability is a big deal. Climate change is a big deal. We need to be doing something about it. But this is the typical thing you see in this literature that's attempting to influence policy, which is they measure the costs of climate change in money terms. So we measure the costs of ecological damage in terms of something that has no constraint. Isn't that kind of weird? If we need $44 trillion in 100 years, we can create $44 trillion. Might not be advisable, but it's not the constraint that we have that we should be worrying about. Full employment is a policy choice. We've been talking about it this morning a bit. Some of you may have seen this a little less than a month ago. Warren Buffett, poverty in the US makes no sense. You really shouldn't have an economy with over $50,000 in GDP per person and have lots of people living in poverty who are willing to work. Maybe Warren would like to give up some of his excess $50,000 to make sure that happens. But he doesn't need to because, of course, we don't have financial constraints. Think about that, though. A family of 4, we have enough GDP in this country for a family of 4 to have $200,000 worth of goods and services. On average. So why do we have poverty? Well, this is something I like to bring up a lot. The Fed still does this, they don't say it the same way, so I pull out the one from 1999. But look at the underlying stuff at the bottom. The Fed had raised interest rates at that time. Why did they raise interest rates? Because the pool of available workers willing to take jobs. What's another word for that? Unemployed people. Unemployed people. Or involuntarily unemployed, right? That pool has been drawn down further in recent months, and that's a trend that has to be contained. if inflationary imbalances are to remain in check and economic expansion continue. Okay? So we have as a policy rule that 10 to 20 million people need to be involuntarily unemployed, meaning they are looking for work and they can't find it. We're not even including the people who stop looking or who are underemployed and so forth. So full employment is a policy choice. But then at the micro level, who do we blame unemployment on? Right? We blame it on the people who are unemployed. What do we do about it at the fiscal policy level? Well, Obama thinks money grows on rich people, apparently. Right? So, oh, there's something else I was going to say. Okay. So we can answer Warren Buffett's question of why it's happening. It's a policy choice. We are choosing to have poverty in this country. We are choosing to have involuntary employment. It is a choice that we are making. Oh, there we go. Matt was talking about with the green jobs and so forth, how irritated you get when people say, well, it won't be efficient and so forth. It won't be, and then we shouldn't measure the efficiency of the public sector relative to the efficiency of the private sector, which is of course true. The way I like to say it when faced with that one is, well, you've got the wrong opportunity cost of unemployment. Okay, when you say public sector employment versus private sector employment, you're not doing likes against likes. The opportunity cost of private sector unemployment, the opportunity cost of public sector unemployment is private sector unemployment. How efficient is unemployment? How efficient do you have to be to cross that hurdle of private sector unemployment? And in addition to that, all the other costs that come with unemployment, right? Prisons, more police, right? More social workers, more divorces, more healthcare, all these sorts of things, right? Pretty low bar for a job guarantee to cross, actually. In fact, it could be inefficient and still probably cross that bar.
We don't have the money.
Yeah, we don't have the money. You need to go back. Anyway. So what do, right? We say, we need jobs, so we need the Keystone Pipeline. Right? We need the 150 jobs that's going to create, or whatever it is, right? For 2 years. I'm exaggerating, I think.
Pretty close.
Yeah. So, but that's how ridiculous it is when we choose to create unemployment. The other thing that we do is we subject all of our regulations about the environment and all of our policies about the environment and so forth to cost-benefit analysis. Now, nobody's against measuring costs and benefits, right, and evaluating those things. But cost-benefit analysis is a particular method of doing things, of monetizing everything. Again, in terms of something that has a limit, of course. And one of the things that's always interesting is, who was it, Matt or Rob, talking about how we subsidized the 1% after the Great Recession, or QE and so forth, subsidizing the 1%. How come you never had cost-benefit analysis of subsidizing the 1%? They were never subjected to cost-benefit analysis. Grant Leach Bliley was never subjected to cost-benefit analysis.
Every government regulation is supposed to be.
So am I wrong, or
If it's,
I'm gonna look that up.
over
I'm
a
assuming.
certain
amount.
What's that?
The problem is that Grant Leach Bliley is a statute, and CBA only applies to regulations that are probably not in statutes.
Yeah, no, that's right. All right. There we go. That's right. So, but the other thing is, look at this stuff. Electric utilities, industrial point sources, on-road vehicles and fuels. Are these macroeconomic costs? When a utility has to spend, is that a macroeconomic cost, or is that income for somebody else in the economy? It may be a cost, maybe we're misallocating, but that's not the way to measure it, right? What about the benefits? Well, thankfully, the Clean Air Act appears to have been about $12 billion of net present value. So we got it. But it's a good thing that we put a high enough dollar value on those people that didn't die, or it might not have. Right. So this comes down to our values and our priorities. And if we're going to monetize things, all we're doing is standing behind some arbitrary methodology for putting value, and pretending that we've been value free. So it's about priorities and full employment. It's not about dollars. We can create full employment. If the electric utilities have to lay workers off because of the cost of the Clean Air Act, we can find things for them to do if we choose full employment. So a lot of what goes on in ecological policy is related to the horse and buggy versus automobile problem. We're on the road transitioning to a sustainable economy. Imagine if the move from horse and buggies to automobiles was subjected to cost benefit. Imagine if the horse and buggy industry had been subsidized like the fossil fuel industry. And then you would use the actual market prices of the time, including that subsidization, to evaluate the cost and benefits. Because cost benefit analysis is biased towards the status quo of market prices. Okay, lesson 3, future generations will not be financially constrained. So, Congressional Budget Office, CBO, just put out their analysis of what they think is going to happen to the national debt to GDP ratio over the next 25 years. Thankfully, I didn't see that they've been doing 75-year projections because those were so bad that now they know, well, maybe we'll just do 25. I don't know. They might be able to do 2 or 3. That might be what they do. Right? I've seen at least the last 5 to 10 years, 5 years, they've got pretty accurate at forecasting the deficit 4 years ahead, 4 or 5 years ahead. But you know, these were the folks that in 1999, 2000 were forecasting we pay off the national debt by 2015. And if you remember the equations that Randy was showing you and Rob was showing you, that means you would of course destroy that much in private sector wealth. Same time, net wealth. Anyway, so there we are at about 74% of GDP, which is actually a very modest number, not that I really care. But it's actually a very modest number, and about 10% of that or more is sitting at the Fed too. So it's really about 64, 65% of GDP that is sitting in private investors' hands. It's projected to go up to about 100%, right? And if you've been paying attention, there were some economists who wanted to argue about 5 or 6 years ago that 100% was a threshold, 90% was a threshold. And their research turned out to be fraudulent because they had misentered a couple of Excel equations in doing their analysis. Of course, what they were doing was wrong anyway. There's a guy, I think he's in England somewhere, Matthew Sharp. Timothy Sharp, Matthew Sharp. Anyway, Timothy Sharp just did a dissertation. He has a chapter in there redoing that same analysis and showing if you separate sovereign currency issuers from non-sovereign currency issuers, there is now no threshold in the sovereign currency issuers, which we already knew, but it's always nice to see ourselves validated. So, okay, so if we look here, this is CBO's projections of what's going to happen.
He's a Binzagr research.
Oh, that's right. He is. He's
a
Binzagr scholar. That's right. Okay. Anyway, he does fantastic work, so you should look it up. So this is CBO's extended baseline projections of what's going to happen to Social Security, Medicare, all these sort of things that are driving this national debt projection. So the main thing that's going on there's other things here that I can talk about, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to get here, is that if you add those two together, Social Security and Medicare, it's going to go from about 10% to 14% of GDP in the next 25 years. And that's a crisis, right? 4% of GDP is a crisis. We need to worry about that. For some reason, nobody ever mentions that over the last 7 years, we've gone from 0 to 10, and we didn't fall in the ocean. But going from 10 to 14, we will fall in the ocean. But again, CBO apparently thinks that money grows on rich people, right? They should know that, as the Fed says, the government is the sole manufacturer of dollars. Paul Ryan also thinks money grows on rich people. This is one all the MMT people know very well. This is from like 2005 or something like that. He was asking Greenspan about private personal retirement accounts for Social Security. That's going to create solvency in the system, which is a whole different issue that I don't have time to get into. Greenspan says, there's nothing to prevent the federal government from creating as much money as it wants and paying it to somebody. So he knows money doesn't grow on rich people. Greenspan is so frustrated because sometimes he says things that work so perfectly, and sometimes he says things that are so incredibly asinine. But such is the internal inherent contradictions of somebody who follows Ayn Rand. All right, so. But Greenspan also shows that he understood what the constraint was. It's nice to have the cash, but it's got to be in the context of real resources being created at the time those benefits are paid. As Randy Ray said in one of my very favorite quotes of all time, we can't bury Winnebagos and dig them up again in 25 years when the baby boomers retire. Right? In the future is when we need the productive capacity. We can't save today for them. We need to create the productive capacity. Okay. So you would think if CBO is telling us this is a crisis, that it has all these negative impacts on GDP and inflation and so forth. So here's their projections of what's going to happen to inflation and GDP. Well, inflation is going to be 2%. That's horrible. The Fed would die to get inflation at 2% right now. They would know that, right? Real GDP, nominal GDP is going to grow 4.3, 4.2, 2.2, which everybody thinks is essentially the potential anyway. I think they're wrong, but that's a different point. Unemployment is going to be 5.3%. It's going to be horrible. You're going to hate it. Okay. But there's always this but, right? We have to worry about the fact that if the government borrows more, it crowds out private investment. Right? Crowds out private investment because, again, money grows on rich people. Right? And so what we have to do is have some sort of mini austerity. Right? These are the changes we need to taxes and spending as a percent of GDP. And if we wait, it's going to be even bigger. Right? To get ourselves back to 74% of GDP debt or 38% of GDP debt, which was our apparent average over the last 50 years, as if that matters to anything. But because, of course, austerity worked so well in Greece at creating more investment spending and capacity. Okay, so that was just, so again, though, in the future, we won't be constrained by money either, right? So when you go to ecology, we have the same issue that we had before. Here's Bill Nordhaus, also projecting 3 degrees Celsius. We're going to lose 1% of GDP in the future. His estimates are low because his model is what they call weak sustainability, but still fairly significant costs. But again, these are in money terms, right? We'd be much better off thinking about it this way, and this is from the City paper. We're going to have reduction in crop productivity. We're going to have reduction in water resources. We're going to have sea level rises, which affect coastal cities. There will not necessarily be a decline in GDP in the future. But our choice is spend money fixing these things in the future, create the money and spend it fixing these things, or spend the money having a better standard of living in the future if you don't have to fix these things. That's the choice that we have. But future generations will not be financially constrained. It's just a matter of what are they going to have to do with that money. Lesson 4, interest rate is a policy lever. So again, here's our vulnerable funds market. And that supply of vulnerable funds and demand for vulnerable funds creates this equilibrium interest rate, and we love equilibrium, so that's the right interest rate. Right? But that's not the way the world works. We already mentioned that this is the way the world works. We have 2 different types of money that we can look at, and neither of them are constrained. So if neither of those types of money are constrained, then how do we get interest rates? Well, the Fed tells us, New York Fed. The cost of reserves Both intraday and overnight are policy variables. Cost of reserves, by the way, federal funds rate that the Fed sets. Consequently, a market for reserves does not play the traditional role of information aggregation and price discovery. Wow. How many of you have taken microeconomics and looked at a market where there is no such thing as price discovery? Bernanke just told us the same thing. Contrary to what sometimes seems to be alleged, the Fed cannot somehow withdraw and leave interest rates to be determined by the markets. It has no choice but to set the short-term interest rates somewhere. If you are the one creating the money, you are the one that necessarily is setting the terms that other people can get that money. So that's what's happening. And other interest rates in our economy are then based off of that one, right? Treasury rates, longer-term treasury rates tend to move with expectations of that rate. Corporate bond rates and muni rates tend to be priced off of those. Okay? There is no natural interest rate in the economy that markets are setting. Markets are pricing off of a rate that is a policy rate. And the Fed, as we know, doesn't keep that interest rate somewhere forever, right? The Fed tries to manage that interest rate relative to the state of the economy. It's a policy lever, it's not a policy objective. Okay? But when we go to ecology, the policy lever is confused for the policy objective. Right? So if we look at the CBA, city stuff, those numbers are actually assuming a 0% discount rate. And they showed you what they would be if we use different discount rates. Right? Because these are the costs and benefits into the future of climate change. So apparently if we used a 5 or 7% discount rate, there would be no cost to climate change.
Mm-hmm. No financial cost.
Financial cost. Well,
there was that bullet that said extinction of species.
Touche. We have two views on the natural interest rate, or the natural rate of discount, as I like to call it. The positivist view. This is Nordhaus. By the way, all these folks are Keynesians that I'm talking about here on the ecology and interest rate stuff. Discount rates should depend primarily on the actual market returns that societies can get on alternative investments. To use any other rate would be to misallocate scarce financial capital, right? Because money goes unreachable. The other one is the ethicist view. This is really interesting because, well, I'll get to this in a bit. So hopefully I'll remember to say this is really interesting. They use a Ramsey model. Returns to capital. If you've ever been in graduate school in your second semester macroeconomics PhD course, you probably know the Ramsey model, where the interest rate is decomposed into these three parts. Okay, I'm not going to get into these three parts, but basically, one of the more famous books on environmental economics and climate change is by Nicholas Stern in 2006, now called the Stern Report. Actually, it was called the Stern Report. He argued that the real interest rate was about 1.4% that we should be using for discount. He wanted a low interest rate, right, because we need to give future generations a bigger value. And so market interest rates are too high. In fact, though, the positivist view of market rates can also be broken down because they come from the same level funds theory. So this is how Nordhaus breaks it down. He gets to 5.5, and that's how he breaks down to 5.5. Okay. So if we look here at a paper that was attempting to, a guide for the perplexed, explain this for everybody and sort of find this middle ground on this positive ethicist debate, this is like the monitors Keynesians and so forth in macroeconomics. Cass Sunstein, maybe you've heard of him. He was working for the Obama administration at a fairly high level and was doing setting up the cost-benefit analysis there. Says it does not matter whether the current rate of interest are ethically correct, because they still represent the opportunity cost of investment. Right? We have fixed financial resources, and so to not use a market rate essentially is unethical. Right? The problem with the ethicist approach is if the correct social discount rate is 1.4%, we should be saving vastly more than we do today to leave the ethically appropriate legacy to the future. So we should be saving more, pushing out that supply savings, so the interest rate does fall to 1.4. That's what he's saying. So overall savings investment rates would dramatically increase, and then it would be ethically correct to use 1.4% discount rate. Okay, so I just want to show you this. Some of you may have seen this. The picture on both of these pictures, well, we'll see. The picture on the left is of a street in Manhattan in 1900. What you see there, the interesting thing that you see there is there are no cars, only horses and buggies. The street on the right is also in Manhattan, 1920, 20 years later. What you see there, no horses and buggies, only cars. 20 years. But if you use a 5, 6, 7% discount rate, 20 years from now it's worth nothing. Right? So if you had done cost-benefit analysis on this, you would have said, no, we need to protect the horse and buggy industry. So what we've done is we have, in ecological economics, environmental economics, we've got policy, public policy backwards. And it's not surprising because there's a long list of things economists don't understand: business, financial statements, and interest rates, and public policy, right? And what they get wrong with public policy here is the interest rate is a policy lever. Policy levers are not the same as policy objectives or policy goals. Policy objective or goal comes down to our values about how much sustainability, how much climate change, et cetera, we're willing to tolerate. And what trade-offs we want to incur. And of course, we can have full employment throughout that entire process. There is not an interest rate that you should be setting and saying, haha, the Fed doesn't do that. The Fed doesn't say, interest rate's 2%, we're done, let's go home forever, right? Actually, we think they should, but that's a totally different story for different reasons. But so what does modern money tell us about the economics of sustainability? I'm sure I'm running over your phone. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. So we need to get people to own up to what they're saying really means. Agreeing with one or more of the following makes you an enabler of poverty. We can't afford to end poverty. It's their own fault for being poor. We will burden future generations with debt. The market will punish the government if we try to. All of those are false. If you believe one of those, you are an enabler of poverty. A lot of people that believe these things share our politics of those of us in the room. And they are at high levels of policy making, and they believe these things, and they're making policy based on these things. And no matter how much they sound like they agree with you, they are enablers of power. Enablers of climate change denial. Again, a lot of them share our politics. They hide their analysis of the effects of climate change, biodiversity loss, and so forth behind costs or even benefits in money terms now or in the future. The micro-level trade-offs masquerading as macro-level costs and inapplicable time rates. So in the end, evaluating the impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, and so forth, I wrote this down so I wouldn't forget it, are inescapably reduced to priorities and values, not money, not interest rates, etc., about the extractive versus sustainable economy now and in the future. And that's the way it should be, and that's what we should be focusing on. And anybody who wants to focus on this other stuff needs to be called out for being a climate denier. Thank you.
I'll ask all the speakers to join us here for a relatively short Q&A session, so we can have a little break and come back for the next session.
I mean, maybe we should just continue the discussion
over break. Yeah.
Over break, and also, throughout
the day. Yeah. So let's get started with taking some questions, and I'd like to ask you to move to the microphone so we can hear you if you have any questions. If you're ready, Paul, you're first in line, and then Timmy.
I'll show you a microphone. Scott and Rob, can you talk about which leaders, political, economic, or business, are enablers of poverty or deniers of poverty? The climate change, we can talk about later, but like who, can't we send this 4-question quiz to the head of the Fed, the president? Can't we get people on the record?
Have you heard of Congress?
Hunger shall make no law.
Yeah, the economics profession, Federal Reserve, in some cases, sometimes they understand. Certainly, I don't know too many people in policy circles that understand it. Although I do hear from people who talk to people in policy circles who do understand it, but they tell us they can't say it out loud.
Okay, so this is just this is for Rob and Scott and Matt. Who are the allies? Who are the allies who are willing to be public about it?
Allies are local, that are based in your neighborhood, in your town, in your county. Good luck with Congress. Good luck with Bernie. I hope he gets in, but you know what's going to happen when he does. You've got to start at the grassroots level and make it happen, demonstrate that it's possible. That's what I've been doing for the last 5 years, getting my hands in the dirt. I sit behind a computer model most of my days, but when I get my hands in the dirt and I meet real people and we do real things together, things change. And that's extremely empowering. When we were doing this permaculture design project inside that park, we spent an afternoon laying out these plans. People were walking by. What are you up to? Oh, that sounds interesting. We want to be a part of that. And the ranger walked by and said, oh, we're doing our planning process. Could you bring us to the planning process next month? That's how it happens. You've got to make it happen around you. These entities that are at higher levels, they're captured interests. We know who they're captured by. So we've got to do it at the community level. State level is probably as high as it gets, maybe bioregion. Take it from there.
Yeah, that's true, at least for now, it's at the community. And as you said, the horizontal vertical approach shows us how we can design complementary currencies to do a lot of these things in the first place. And it is those conversations you have with people, and it frequently doesn't matter if they're on the left or the right. They will get it in many cases.
In crisis situations, sometimes you can get at the national level, like the Greeks. Their politics were so screwy inside that party that I tried many times to get a conversation going with those people. They didn't want to have that conversation because they were doing it all in the back room. They didn't want anybody to know this was going on. That's J.B. Baldwin's take on it. I actually cornered Varoufakis in Paris in April at the INEC conference and said, Giannis, get a tan. And he didn't say a word. He knew exactly what I was talking about. So it can be done in a crisis situation, but you've got to be able to galvanize people, and you have to have leaders that are willing to really stick their neck out and are willing to make this extra parliamentary politics. That's what we talked about in the 70s, putting people out on the streets, making it happen.
So if it's a tan, it's John Boehner.
Well, one of the things that's interesting is crisis situation. Whenever we have to go bomb somebody, we always remember we can create money. When 25% of the children live below the poverty line, or 40 million people don't have health insurance, then you can't afford it. But if we have to bomb somebody, hey, we print money.
And we have collective amnesia after every major war that we have this capability. It's amazing.
Dedik, you're next.
The economic literacy is, of course, important in terms of this stuff, but the political literacy, part of the chime in on what you're saying, is incredibly low as well. Part of it has to do with the capture of the narratives. And if they don't have a substitute narrative, then they fall back onto these, homilies and so forth, and lesser creations. Just at a local level, I haven't seen much yet that didn't turn into a Ponzi scheme of some sort. And the major takeaway is the wages that are put up. This is nonprofit, community level, et cetera. So there's a massive issue there in terms of, yes, showing them, getting their hands in the dirt is good. But there's other levels of it where, let's say, things like audits are important.
Thank you.
As a non-economist, this question probably makes it obvious, but to Robert and anybody else, the financial powers in the European Union and historically in the World Bank or in the National Monetary Fund must understand the results of austerity. They've been documented for hundreds of thousands of years, hundreds of years. What is their motivation in continuing to push that in the face of almost certain catastrophe in the entity that is being forced to undergo these austerity measures?
It's a cult. We need religious deprogrammers. They believe in the free market. They believe prices adjust. If you allow prices to adjust, you will get to full employment. This is the essence of neoliberal theology. This came in as a reaction to social experiments and economic experiments of the 1970s. It was a very conscious decision. That's why people like Matt and Randy were sent to Siberia in academic economics, because they had an alternative view. It actually corresponded to the real world much better than the mainstream view. But it's a theology. And so they will deny and deny. The recipe for Greece is cut more spending, cut more public jobs, raise more taxes, go gather more taxes. They still don't get it. It's denial. Human mind has amazing capacity for denial. It's surplus wealth in some cases. We're all going to die. We don't want to face that. We'd be paralyzed if we thought about that every minute. But it can also create real problems. And this is the neoliberal faith. It is a faith-based economics. Markets will get you to full employment. Just get government out of the way. Let prices adjust. Well, one of the prices that needs to adjust is the interest rate, and that's set by the government. So, we've got a problem here. We need a culty programmer.
Corey,
My question is, in Ohio, the Ohio Constitution has all kinds of limits on how much state debt we can go into. And because an alternative currency, we're talking about a bond, a TAN, but wouldn't it be correct, because it's perpetual zero coupon, you could say to the Ohio Treasurer's Office, oh, you can mark this as equity.
Technically, legally, perpetual debt is not debt. It's basically equity, and it does not get counted in public debt to income or public debt ratio. That was part of the reason for issuing it as a perpetual bond. By packaging it that way, we can go through all those ceilings, and there's no problem. We have the financing, so you're absolutely right. And again, this is basic finance. We should be able to talk about this, but because it's ideologically charged, we can't recognize the fact that perpetual debt is not counted in the net calculations.
Ellen, you're next.
Hi, thank you for your talk, all your talks here. Great. I had the same question, but for California. You know, they did issue IOUs, but they wouldn't take them in the payment of taxes, and I'm not sure why that was. But where does it say that they can actually do this? It's not considered issuing currency, which states are not allowed to do.
I've got several conversations going on with lawyers and municipal finance people, and they have yet to raise a red flag on all of this. I think it's a fear that, okay, so we issue these IOUs and we're going to receive them back. And so how are we going to pay outside suppliers, outside of state suppliers and so forth? They're not going to accept these IOUs. People in state have a reason for accepting them. They have to pay taxes that the state imposes on them. But outside the state, so how are we going to pay for those things? It's just there's two problems. There's a failure to recognize that the demand for money has something to do with taxation. We just don't think about it that way. And there's also a natural conservative orientation of state treasurers and municipalities. This is an experiment. Actually, it's one that we've done many, many times in the history of complementary currencies. But this is a hidden history.
Can I just make a point about the law on that?
Yeah.
Article 1, Section 10 arguably is pretty clear that states aren't allowed to do this, but like a lot of laws, pretty early on, once that was set up, it was sort of got around, and there's a long history of this being done. So whether or not you were going to challenge it on that constitutional basis, practically speaking, it hasn't been, and there's a long history of it being done.
That's why you issue it as a bond.
Even the 19th century history of bonds were pretty clear that if it's accepted in payment of taxes, and we're doing research now to match the legal history there, that it is money, but nobody brought that constitutional challenge, and it's sort of, if you tried now with that history, California's already done it. So if you try with that legal history, the court would probably work out some jujitsu to keep it.
The problem is defining it as legal tender. This was also the case in Greek proposing. If you declare it as legal tender officially, you got a problem. But actually, the ECB gave this blessing. to parallel currencies in Greece, and even Schäuble, Finance Minister Schäuble in May is saying, well, maybe Greece needs an alternative currency. They get by here, we'll put them on the side and they can just fill with an alternative currency and it's going back in.
The challenge with the challenge here, and I'll stop, is that Article 1, Section 10 doesn't talk about money, it talks about bills of credit.
Right.
So it's got and that has its own legal history and definition, which is far closer to bonds and a much wider spectrum of monetary instruments. So again, I think legally, you could definitely make the case the Constitution doesn't allow it, but practically speaking, the legal history is that it's been allowed.
I can find a lawyer paid to say that it's legal. Sure.
That's the one.
That's the issue. So who's going to take me to court? And when they do, that's a big political issue, because if I've got 100 water rationing and water reuse wise policies going on in California, and some jackass conservative is going to come after me and say that's legal tender, he's going to get hung. There's going to be a revolution.
There are at least 2 lawyers in the room you won't have to pay.
Yeah, that's right.
One thing I wanted to say, I'm really glad we're having this conversation because we can't really have this kind of policy-oriented solutions without the legal scholars who have been working with us over the last few years. So thank you for being here and thank you for all the work that you're doing with the MMT network. I'll take one more question and then we'll take a break.
My question is for Rob. I was going to ask you if the EU would allow Greece to implement a TAN, but you might have already answered my question.
Yeah, the ECB's legal department gave it its blessing. It said you could do this, and you would not be violating any of our directives. In fact, there's 80 complementary currencies, some of them in Germany, already in operation within the Eurozone, and even the Bundesbank has done a whole paper on these and said this is okay, they can do this. And as I said, Schäuble, who's the hard line, he is the face of austerity, he is the austerian. Said, why don't you guys try this? So I think we got a lot of green lights on that. The problem was internally, Syriza was a mess. It wasn't really a party. It didn't really have a correct vision, and they tried to do this all behind closed doors. You could have done this out in front of everybody and built a popular movement behind it, and at the same time educated all of Europe about what money really is and how it can be used. It could have been amazing, but no, they dirt.
Well, I guess the transnational capital that controls the ECB would never let that happen.
Well, remember, ECB's legal department said, go ahead and do this.
Well, because they knew it would work.
Yeah. We can get that side of that. Yes.
Well, please join me to thank the panelists for We'll take a 10-minute break with your permission, and we'll come back for the next session. Thank you.
The battery might be good. Yeah. Do you need my PowerPoint?
Or do you have
Listening. I really enjoy your talk.
Unless I can put Jerry, I have too much switch.
Okay.
Is that
They have the mic waiting.
Why not take this thing off?
so half of what you say is what you really need, and half is exactly the opposite. And people need to learn to read the artificial expression and science language.
I know, right, Maggie?
So basically, just
I think the battery is dying.
Because first you said something and then that was absolutely
I really like
and then eventually and it's
Was it not working?
The battery died. It's gonna be back.
Oh, okay.
so it's a style. Right, it's a style that works.
是你放的？这哦，这是 Steam， 真假的啊？这是 live show 啊？
I'm sorry, employees. Yeah, that's the only challenge with lines at the beginning.
就放着就不用管它了。不好就跟他们说一下。
I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be back.
他是他请的吗？但 list 上只有我们3个人啊。
有他好吗？你自己没看见？
我从来没见过他，我都没有跟他有，你有跟他有血？
没有。可是那个一开始吹的时候他不在的嘛。
嘿。
对啊。
今天一天都要工作。
所以这么多干什么？你又来不了。
那也来不了啊。
早上就。
我早上是睡晚了。
所以
我其他都来了。
累死了，我下午不想工作。没有。
还好我不是管司。
为什么？管什么着？为什么不想管司？我为什么没什么事情可以干？
这样简单。
还继续为学姐弄好了，所以才不用学。
我也可以弄完，弄好之后就不是干了。来吃，
就是。
Yeah, I'm here to put you in more active function. So what did I do here? One year. I spent a lot of time in my and then my first semester was in political science department. And then later rejected. So I lived in Columbus for 7 years. And I went back to Pakistan for 6 years. Microfinance, World Bank, Asian Development, with teaching. And then I finally got a Fulbright scholarship to come back to UMass. Yeah. On a project, but I worked for the Asian Development. Oh, okay, I've heard of it. Yeah, I mean, all of these institutions, transnational capital, defined by either neoliberalism.
Hi, how are you?
I'm alright, Michael.
Nice to meet you. Yes. Over there. We can ask.
Okay, cool.
Thank you so much.
Good, good.
I just can't go back.
Sometimes I think that
That's good for me. I don't know. But I guess. Yeah.
So good. I've had like 3 of them. They're yummy. Somebody, I think dropped
Was it outside?
I think it's around there somewhere. Yeah, I believe it's somebody in here. This is going to go on your left here. And you can attach when you're going on the seat, you just perfect. So,
Yeah.
You dropped your tablet. We have it right here. Somebody dropped their tablet on the floor somewhere in that area. Is it yours?
No, it's not mine. It's Rob's.
Okay, this is your tablet. We found it on the floor in that area. Please come and claim it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Missing
We're gonna get started in a few seconds, so if you could grab your coffee, water, and join us in the room. Also, once again, somebody dropped their tablet, or we found it on the floor in that area. If this is yours, please come and claim it. Thank you.
Let me know. See how it presents. You were not on what is her name? Sorry, I was.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for coming back. So we have a panel this afternoon, or this late morning, I guess, is, gosh, I just forgot. Money, finance, and sustainable prosperity. One thing I noticed was in our panel just before, Fadl said that none of us needed introductions, and so we didn't get one. And I kind of thought that was cool because I got to the point in my career where I didn't need an introduction. So I'm trying to figure out which one flatters them more, to not give them an introduction or to give them introductions. So no, I guess we're running short on time, so we'll go with the no introduction because they don't. All right, so first paper is Pavlina Cherniva. 15 years I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Joblessness and inequality by design, rethinking public policy. Turn that off.
You can leave this.
You can leave it on.
Sorry about that. Is that okay? It feels loud.
It's still a little bit.
It's still a little loud.
Okay, lunch.
All right, thank you for having me, thank you for inviting me. And it occurred to me as we've been discussing these various topics that outside of this venue, we normally talk about problems of the environment, problems of unemployment, the problems of inequality, and as separate issues. We discuss them as these market failures. We discuss them as complex problems of a globalized world that have multiple causes and are somewhat formidable, somewhat intractable. But what we're doing here is we're drawing the connections between the causes of these problems. We are attempting to present a holistic view of money, monetary economies and the fallout that market forces have on the environment and the human impact. So what I will explore today is the connection between inequality and unemployment. Please take my remarks in the context of what you have already heard about the ecological limits.
Could you turn her up a little bit?
Okay, the ecological limits within which we operate. And my basic premise is that unemployment and inequality are really not exactly market phenomena. They are problems created through policy design. They are policies that have multiple causes, but they operate within certain policy space, within a monetary system where the rules are set by public institutions, laws, and deliberate public policies. So I will begin with sort of our vision of what we prioritize here in this room, and then I will draw out the way conventional policy tends to think about inequality and unemployment, and why that thinking has failed. And it has done more than failed. It has created conditions to reproduce unemployment and to exacerbate inequality. So I usually start, with the two outstanding faults of the economic society that we've already, John Maynard Keynes, but many economists in the political economy traditions have made this verdict, right? We have unemployment and the arbitrary and inequitable distribution of wealth and incomes are two main problems. And this is really an issue about our values, right? We are bringing them to the fore. Why do we have this economy? Who does it serve? And in what way do we want it to work? So we single out these two economic problems as ones that require special attention. The way I like, and I'm putting a question mark because obviously we can't be talking about these problems if we destroy the environment. What's the point of solving unemployment or income inequality if we don't, if we cannibalize our planet? Okay, so these are two outstanding faults, not just of economic policy. They're faults of economic society. They're faults of economic policy. And my argument will be that our failure to address and solve the first problem, our failure to secure full employment actually helps contribute to the exacerbation of the second problem, inequality. So it is, these are two problems by design. All right, so unemployment. Unemployment in a modern market economy, in a capitalist economy, is what we call a monetary phenomenon. Again, we talk about unemployment as an abstraction, but behind unemployment, there are some very simple, basic things. When we talk about unemployment, we really are talking about people being able to participate in the economy, earn income, and contribute in one way or another to the economic process. But from the point of view of firms, unemployment is a monetary phenomenon. From the point of view of firms, that quite simply means that it is not worth the firm to hire an extra person. It is not profitable to employ more people than they already are employing. So, in economics, we've got various models of the supply of labor and demand of labor, and then we use all sorts of price misallocation explanations of why we have unemployment. And all of these are wrong. The problem of unemployment is really that there's not enough hiring. In the aggregate, employment is determined by how many firms are willing to hire depending on their profit expectations. So from the point of view of firms, that's what a monetary phenomenon means. It's just not profitable to hire the extra additional person. From the point of view of households, unemployment is a monetary phenomenon because somebody wants a wage earning opportunity, and the opportunity is not there. So again, we talk about the inadequacy of skills, the globalization, forces of globalization, and that in some ways, unemployment is this market phenomenon that can't quite fully be resolved. But we also forget that unemployment is an explicit public sector policy. In the way that our friend Warren likes to put it, is that unemployment is evidence that the currency has been restricted, right? The provision of currency has been restricted. And as an issuer, monopoly issuer of the currency, you have the responsibility to make currency available for those who seek it. Now here we've got to qualify this, because how we provide the currency and how we actually fix the aggregate demand problem, the method by which we spend is crucially important. And this is the focus of my remarks. Unemployment is not a private sector failure. It's a public sector failure. Firms are simply not in the business of guaranteeing truthful employment. That's the nature of a market economy. And government can try to massage all of these factors like profit expectations and the savings rate, etc., the interest rate, to create conditions so that the private sector creates full employment, but that is not their job, right? The private sector may secure full employment, but only as a fluke, as an accident. And this was the lesson that we got from John Maynard Keynes. And if the government sector is unable to create conditions that will induce the private sector to permanently create full employment, it is the job of the public sector to do so, to create those conditions. So I see employment as an end in itself. So we call unemployment a special problem. I want to talk a little bit about why it is special, why it is unlike anything else. It is persistent, it is perverse, it is pernicious. Of course, it's not a new problem. You know, most people are talking about unemployment now because we've just lived through the greatest financial crisis of our lifetime for most of us. But there have been problems in the labor market that have been there for quite some time, for decades. We know that if you end up being unemployed, the chances of being in unemployment for longer periods of time have increased, as the proportion of those who are unemployed, who are in long-term unemployment, has increased over time. So that's basically the secular trend that this chart is demonstrating. Now, of course, it has gotten much worse. There has been a mass exodus from the labor force in the last few years, since 2008, and an unprecedented decline in the employment to population ratio. So when I say it's persistent, I mean that quite literally, we don't have adequate number of jobs for everyone who wants a job. We have, so this chart shows you, job openings, the red line are the job openings, and the blue line are the unemployed, the jobs that are needed. And there is an ongoing basis, a gap between the number of jobs that are needed for all those who want them. So you can train and educate and improve the skill of the labor force, but in the end, we will still be experiencing a shortage in the aggregate if we have not provided abundant job opportunities. So it's a persistent problem. It is perverse. I like to call this the mark of unemployment. To be unemployed carries with it a certain stigma and blocks future opportunities. There is, so in a way you can say that unemployment breeds unemployability, at least in the eyes of the private sector. There's some anecdotal evidence. You've seen it all on monster.com, where you say the unemployed did not apply, which is precisely the problem we're trying to solve, right? The unemployed need to apply. But the reason why you see this is because in the eyes of the employer, 9 months of unemployment equates to 4 years of work experience. So, imagine yourself an employer, you're looking at a bunch of resumes, and who do you hire first? You will hire the one with the job. Then you will hire maybe somebody who has been out of the labor force for a few months, and then it will be the other person who's been out of the labor force for a few months, and you're going to scratch your head and you're going to wonder, why have they been out of the labor force? What happened in between? What did they do? That would be the first thing you would wonder. And so you have this kind of perverse effect that the employed and employable actually win the game of in the job search. Right? And we see this by another research that indicates that almost 50% of firms who are hiring, of new firm hiring, is actually poaching. Right? You are raiding other firms for their employees. So we've got what is a seemingly intractable problem that is also pernicious. And well, the first thing that we need to recognize is that we are already paying for unemployment, and there are direct costs. But in this conference, we have been emphasizing that the direct costs are not really the ones we need to focus on. Yes, we are paying in the form of unemployment insurance. There you can add up all the SNAP programs, the temporary assistance to needy families, etc., in terms of dollar value. But what we really need to be looking at is the human costs, the indirect costs that are express themselves in less social mobility, economic freedom, more instability in the economy, more financial crisis, depressed growth, eroding communities, health, enormous health costs, increase in suicides, underfunding of other programs like state pension funds and social security, as well as social and political instability. So, I mean, there is just the research is enormous, and it's just economists don't do that research. What is the fallout of unemployment? Virtually every major socioeconomic problem is related to unemployment, from child outcomes to family cohesion. We already listed a number of these earlier on. So, this is a chart by a friend of ours, Bill Mitchell, who actually looked at the dollar value, the daily losses due to unemployment, and he basically made the argument that because we have a policy of maintaining unemployment, not dealing with it, every day we forego about $10 billion of GDP. That's it. Every day it's foregone growth and output. And I like to think of this not in terms of the 10 billion number, but in terms of what stands behind the 10 billion number. That's $10 billion worth of fewer childcare outfits, fewer programs, fewer services for the retired, fewer environmental projects. Like, that's what that $10 billion means. And so, why do I say that we have unemployment and inequality by design? Well, it's because that's what policy attempts to do. It is the first thing is that we have a commitment to a NAIRU. And NAIRU is this concept of natural unemployment, which basically says that no matter what you do, the economy will create only so many jobs. However much you stimulate the private sector, you're going to create only so many jobs. A number of people will be left unemployed. And if you attempt to move the economy beyond this barrier, you're just going to create a lot of inflation. So this is the most that you can do. So we already have very explicit commitment to maintaining unemployment. I think Matt was saying it, or Scott was saying it earlier, that if we are serious about inflation control, then we need to use this as an unnecessary evil. Right? So that is our explicit commitment, not to solve the joblessness problem. The second thing is that the way we think about solving the unemployment problem is that we think about it as a byproduct of all sorts of other things that we would do. So the way we design policy is to work directly on other channels that will then hopefully trickle down to the jobless, that will hopefully produce the desired employment effect. So what do I mean by that? The conventional trickle-down policy, right? We say, tax policy is our primary direct tool of managing the economy. And the way we do this is by reducing top marginal tax rates. Hopefully that creates incentives by the job creators, right? And that creates a little more investment, that creates more growth, and growth then brings employment opportunities. So look at this, how many steps you need to go through to get to the employment outcome. And if we don't get there, then maybe something is broken within the economy that we can't quite fix. Bank subsidies is another method of stabilizing our economies and dealing with downturns. So the idea here is that we need to fix the financial system. You know, it is essential to the health of the economy, and we need to improve bank balance sheets. So purchases like a TARP 1 or TARP 2 program would be large-scale purchases of toxic financial assets that improves bank balance sheets. That instills confidence in the creditor, and they then look for lending opportunities. They finance investment, and then that investment will later on bring the desired employment outcome. So here the transmission mechanism has gotten even longer, right? And it works through this wealth effect. Another way in which we manage the economy is through firm subsidies or direct contracts. Okay, this is what we call conventional aggregate demand management. Again, we are looking to solve the problem through the private sector. So we're saying, okay, here's some incentives. Hire a few more people. You know, here are some contracts with guaranteed profits, accelerated depreciation, various cost reduction measures, and the idea is that that will instill confidence in the firm and the entrepreneur, and then they will create more investment, growth, and employment will be a byproduct of it. Again, because the philosophy, the neoliberal philosophy, is that we have to work through the private sector, we are only looking for solutions that stimulate private investment and growth. So this investment-led growth model has failed. It hasn't worked. It has never produced full employment, ever. And yet it is the conventional approach to dealing with the economy. And so because we know it doesn't create full employment, jobless recoveries have become the norm. Right? We have now resigned ourselves, but that's the most that we can do. What I will talk in a moment is that it's not just that we have more job seekers than there are vacancies, but the way we actually stimulate the economy through these various channels erodes income inequality between labor and capital and within labor. Get to that. So what happens within labor? Well, I gave you an indication already in the job search process. It's the game of musical chairs. So what happens is the high-skill, high-tech, high-education people win out. They experience virtually no unemployment. Very little short spells of unemployment. Small dips, right, in employment trends, shorter spells, and later, what we call first hired, last fired. Low skill, low education, etc., are those who experience the most prolonged spells of unemployment, the largest amount of layoffs, the earliest declines in employment. So they're the last hired, first fired. And so what we've got is a virtuous employment cycle and a vicious employment cycle. And unemployment, surprise, surprise, is always concentrated at the bottom, where people have the greatest difficulty sort of latching onto the economic ladder and staying there. So what we need to do as policy is not to somehow work through these incentives through the private sector, but quite directly address and break the vicious cycle that creates and perpetuates unemployment. So here you've got, a situation where because you have more stable employment opportunities, longer job tenure, the opportunities for income growth are better if you are in the labor market, if you're high skilled and high wage. But for those at the bottom, the opportunities of wage growth are smaller. So you've got this other sort of inequality where within labor itself, you have an erosion in income distribution. So this is a chart many of you have probably seen, and it shows how long it takes to recover the lost payrolls in a recession. And what the chart shows you is that since the This is 81. See, the purple line here is 81. The black line is 90. The brown is 2001, and the red here is 2007. It's taken longer and longer and longer to recover the lost payrolls. So this agile American economy, right, is really not creating jobs. And my point is that our failure to solve the unemployment problem early will prevent us from solving it later, because we are embedding within our labor markets these vicious cycles of long-term unemployment, of unemployability. So what seemed to be a difficult problem in the 70s is now more intractable today. So let's talk a little bit about inequality. Well, here's a rich-poor jobs gap. Unemployment for those who are earning less than $20,000 a year is 21%. Those 150,000 above is 3.2%. Again, virtually no unemployment for the well-to-do. Underemployment mirrors this image. So we've got another way of looking at these vicious cycles that are brewing at the bottom of the income distribution. Underemployment is 40%, and only 7.2% for the well-to-do. So this is the chart that many of you have seen that I put together a couple of years ago, and it garnered a lot of attention. What this chart shows you is how income growth is distributed between the top 10% and the bottom 90% during expansions. The question is, when income grows, who gains? Right? Does a rising tide lift all boats? So that's what I'm looking at. You can look at it by business cycle. I've looked at it in many different ways. But this one is important because the argument is, as long as you produce growth, everything will be fine. But what this chart demonstrates is that over time, growth delivers gains to select few. All of the growth in the last 2 expansions has gone to the top 10%. And in the last expansion, in fact, more than 100%. Incomes for the bottom 90% have been falling while the economy was growing. So they're really not experiencing the recovery. And most people are looking at this chart and they're saying, look at, what a horrible thing happened in the 70s and in the 80s, a completely lopsided economy. And so they concentrate on sort of the latter part of the chart. The one that worried me is the first part of the chart. But why is it that during the golden age of American economy, when we experienced expansions, fewer and fewer of the shares were going to the bottom 90%? Okay, not a dramatic trend. Clearly, the majority of the income growth went to the bottom 90%, but that share was shrinking. And so that, to me, tells me that the way we are growing, the way we have used policy, right, has delivered fewer and fewer gains to the bottom 90%. Now, this is not an ideal chart because the top 10% is a very mixed group. And so I looked at it by 99 versus 1% and 99.99 versus 0.01%. And that one is even more shocking because you have a tiny, tiny sliver of households in the US, 0.01%, that are taking over a third of the income growth. Right? It is the rise of the 0.01%. So basically, what this is telling us is that growth brings more inequality. But it doesn't have to be that way because growth is a policy choice. Let me show you the graph for Sweden. So it is in the later period, the last few decades, it's the same thing. Even in Sweden, you see the shares, the majority growth going to the top 10%. But in the 60s and the 70s, it was the opposite. A greater share of that growth went to the bottom 90%, and that increased with a few of the expansions during their golden era. Well, we know that Sweden is has had one of the few long-standing policy commitments to full employment. It's called the corporatist model, where labor, unions, companies, and government have coordinated in an explicit way to produce full employment and guarantee employment over the long run. Now, with the dawn of neoliberalism, the Swedish model was slowly dismantled and abandoned, and surprise, surprise, we see very quickly income inequality erode there as well. So this should not be a surprise. If your policy commitment is to stabilize the incomes of the wealthy or bankers, their incomes are going to go first. Okay? If you're deriving your income from financial markets and your policy is to stabilize asset prices, buy up toxic financial assets, boost the stock market, yes, their incomes are going to grow first. If your policy is to cut top marginal tax rates, then by design, you are encouraging income growth at that place of the income distribution. But most of us earn our income from work. Most of us count our wages and our salaries for our income growth. And so what we need is employment. But if your policy fails to secure employment, and that becomes a more and more difficult problem over time, then surely people who count on income from the labor market will lose out. So let's talk about what we might be able to do. Let's rethink policy design. Well, there are a few things that we know. The public sector is the only sector that can be countercyclical. The private sector doesn't wake up one morning and say, we've had enough of this crisis, let's just go spend and hire some people. It's only... So the private sector is pro-cyclical. So the only sector that can do this is the public sector. Point number two, the unemployed are already in the public sector. The public sector is paying for unemployment. Beyond from paying for food assistance or unemployment insurance, we are paying for the fallout from unemployment. High incarceration rates, higher crime, higher health problems, all of those problems that we already listed, we pay them. We pay those costs in direct and indirect way. We know that the federal government has the greatest policy space because the federal government that has monetary control, sovereign monetary control, can choose how to spend. And thus it is responsible for the problem of unemployment. Failure to directly secure full employment over the long run is basically choosing to have an unemployment policy, right? To pay for the existence of a pool of unemployment. So as I explained, the way government spends reinforces income inequality. So the job guarantee is a jobs first solution. Fidel is going to explain the details of this program, but I want to emphasize one point of this program. It's through the buffer stock mechanism. We have an unemployment buffer stock today, right? We have an unemployment safety net. That's what we do. The private sector decides how many workers they need. In downturns, we have mass unemployment, mass layoffs. Unemployment is like a disease, right? It feeds on itself. It's like a virus, and more unemployment breeds more unemployment, and so we see these sharp turns in unemployment. What does the government do? On standby, they just increase unemployment support, assistance, various social programs, which, by the way, expire. And so that's the stimulus that we provide to the economy so that the floor doesn't fall from beneath us. Right? This is our aggregate demand management approach. And then when the economy slowly recovers, then the government participation withdraws by limiting its spending, social spending. Now, how about an employment safety net? Instead of having an unemployed buffer stock, how about having an employed buffer stock? Have a program on standby that will guarantee employment opportunities. Various people will come and go, some will stay, Some will have a very short stint in the program, but you have a standby policy of an opportunity. Have you been laid off? Do you need 3 months to regroup and figure it out? Okay, you've got unemployment insurance. Do you not want to be on unemployment insurance? You need a living wage? We've got one for you. And so this is a voluntary option that can be chosen by those that really want a job. So when we talk about unemployment, we are talking about forced idleness. So the current unemployment stabilizer, as I've described, is we have an unemployment pool that offers income assistance, and so we've got income from forced idleness. This is our stimulus. Well, make it an employment stabilizer. Have an employed pool where you get income from that base wage that can be a living wage, and you got a wage income from work. So it is a bottom-up approach. I like to call it a bottom-up approach because you go directly to the problem. You solve the problem of joblessness directly. You don't wait for it to trickle down from the bank system, from the wealthy, from the highly skilled, so that their demand creates demand for low-skilled workers. You don't do it that way. You go and directly solve the problem from the bottom. So the program is voluntary. It matches the unemployed to projects that serve the public purpose. This is what we've already articulated quite clearly. We have, the Galbraith call it, private opulence and public squalor. Right? There are so many public needs that we need fulfilled, and there are so many people to do them. So this is a policy that fits the job to the people. It's a very important aspect of the program. The private sector fits people to the jobs. Right? I have a firm, I've got a bunch of tasks that need to be done, and I'm looking for the best person that can do them. Right? I have a job, I'm fitting people to the job. This is a policy that fits jobs to the people. We understand that you want work. We understand that it's important for you to have wage earning opportunity, and we will find you an employment opportunity. If you have low skill, we won't make you do some complicated engineering stuff. Right? We will find you an opportunity that fits your skill and ability. This is an approach that puts planet and people before profits. Right? The private sector is the profit-driven sector. The public sector is the public service sector, public purpose. We pay a base living wage. We offer training and education, federally funded, not federally administered. We've already heard multiple visions of how this can be implemented from the bottom up through these community initiatives, social enterprises, localities, etc. So let's rethink the safety net. In 2009, I did some very quick calculations what the Recovery Act could deliver. And if you remember, the debate at the time was anything but public works. Right? Tax cut here, unemployment, but not public works. If we had done public works, we could have created 20 million living wage jobs for the budget that was allocated, including costs for materials. And of course, you don't have to create that many. You wouldn't have had to create that many. You only needed to put 5 million people to work. 6, the private sector will pick up the difference because you have stabilized demand in a way that unemployment insurance cannot stabilize. And it's not just you stabilize demand from the firms, but the behavior of people changes. It's one thing to spend, right, to do your family budgeting when you have a living wage job. It's another thing to be on unemployment insurance and wonder when that will expire. So this example I give very often because I think it's quite compelling. We have a welfare state. We have to live with this idea that we reinvented what government must do in the 30s, right? And though our welfare system doesn't work so well, we have found solutions that are direct solutions to problems. So the direct approach has always been, if the problem is retirement income insecurity, we will give you retirement income, and that's Social Security. If the problem is homelessness, we will give you a home. If the problem is food insecurity, we will provide food. But if the problem is joblessness, that's what we should provide, a job, not unemployment insurance. So the merits of this approach, I think, are very many, but they also indicate a rethinking of what the safety net is, and that we need to sort of fulfill this final piece of the safety net, provide jobs in a very direct manner. So all we're doing with our policy of unemployment is we waste resources, human resources, environmental resources. It's a policy of waste. And I love these quotes by Keynes, who articulated a similar vision. And he said, you know, the real difficulty is first to produce the intellectual conviction that full employment and more equitable income distribution are attainable. And then to intellectually devise the means to secure them. And so he went to say insufficiency of cleverness, not goodness, is the main trouble. And we're all good people. But we need to be convinced that this is attainable and devise the means. And I think that the modern money approach also adds, and we also must understand our monetary system. So if you can't find a way to solve the problem of unemployment, just leave it to us. Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker also needs no introduction and won't get one.
Thank you. Is this on? Right. Well, first I want to mention that all the PowerPoint presentations will be posted on our website soon, within the next day or so, with the permission of all the speakers, of course. That being said, I'm going to tell you what I wanted to present today first, and then I'm going to skip over quite a bit of the first half because it provides quite a bit of the history, the intellectual history of the idea of the job guarantee. So in this presentation and throughout the conversation, sometimes we use the terms interchangeably. We use the term job guarantee. Sometimes we use the term employer of last resort, sometimes public service employment. All of this in the literature, the post-Keynesian MMT literature is pretty much the same. So I'll use both terms, employer of last resort or ELR, and job guarantee occasionally. I'll talk a little bit about the intellectual history, that this is not something we invented last year or 5 years ago or 20 years ago. There's a long history of intellectual development, specifically on the idea of the employer of last resort, and sometimes from the left and sometimes from the right of the political spectrum, which is surprising to me. And that left-right divide, political divide, doesn't really apply when it comes to understanding money, to understanding functional finance, to understanding MMT. And that's why you see a lot of people on the MMT, in the MMT crowd, who are, politically very libertarian, very different than what you would normally expect of people who would support job guarantee. So with that, I'll jump straight into the presentation. Starting with William Petty, who said the unemployed ought neither to be starved, nor hanged, nor given away. The unemployed are an untapped source of enrichment for the nation, and that they could be publicly employed to build infrastructure. So he very quickly recognized that unemployment is a problem for society, and we have issues of public infrastructure needs that we can. It seems very obvious. You hire an unemployed to build the nation. David Ricardo, who many people think of him as the father of free trade or whatever, may be true in his early years because he didn't really see the full-scale industrial revolution until the very last few years of his life. And when he wrote the third edition of his Principles of Political Economy, he had to add one chapter to reflect on that. The chapter on machinery, very interesting. Not really the Ricardo that most people know. It's more like a Marx. The substitution of machinery for human labor is often very injurious to the interests of the class of laborers. The same cause which may increase the net revenue of a country may at the same time render the population redundant, unemployed, and deteriorate the condition of the laborer. So he very quickly recognized that toward the end of his life. And adding a chapter to a third edition is not something that Ricardo takes lightly, I think. Then we have the Great Depression and Keynes, and I'm going to skip over a lot of this stuff because a lot of it is common knowledge by now. But the New Deal policies were not an accident. They were designed by policy. This is a theme that many of us are saying today, that the policy choice is something that we make. We don't say, we have a Great Depression, let's wait for an accident to create full employment. It was designed by Congress. It was implemented at the local level. And an alphabet soup of organizations were put in place. Public Works Administration, the CCC, and so on. It was done. We know how to do it. And even at the time when we said we can't afford it, let's cut spending, the Great Depression was back again very quickly until World War II. So in that context, Keynes was developing his general theory and his rebellion against neoclassical economics, his rebellion against his own work, earlier work. What Keynes brought to us is an intellectual framework to really help us design that intellectual capacity for the full employment program that many of us write about these days. I'm going to skip over this because it's going to take a while. And then Minsky comes in the 60s in the context of the war on poverty, and he starts writing about the employer of last resort. He said, you take workers as they are, where they are, and you provide jobs. You don't say, well, we'll go get some training and then compete in the private sector and maybe you'll find employment. He was very critical of the war on poverty because he believed it was more of a war on the poor rather than on poverty because it didn't address the root causes of the problem. And he, builds on Keynes very clearly that, he believes that the problems of the capitalist system are endogenous or internal to the system. So the dynamic of the capitalist system, which has complex, sophisticated, evolving financial structures, leads to the development of conditions that are conducive to incoherence, to runaway inflations and deep depressions. Business cycles for Minsky, Hyman Minsky, are driven by these waves of optimism and pessimism that drive the business cycle. Meaning when consumers and businesses have optimistic expectations about the future, if they believe that there are profits to be had, if they believe that their employment situation in terms of workers, their employment situation will continue, then they'll spend and companies will hire and optimism will breed situations of employment. But also when you have pessimistic expectations about the future, then consumers will reduce spending, businesses will lay off workers, and you go into that downward spiral. That's the nature of the system. And without having a buffer built into the system to compensate for the lack of employment opportunities during crisis, then capitalism is essentially doomed. So Minsky's proposals, which Randy described briefly yesterday in his keynote speech, looking at the last bullet point, is a big government and big bank. Big bank meaning a Federal Reserve Bank that regulates the financial system, but also intervenes as a lender of last resort. And a big government meaning an employer of last resort that steps in and creates a buffer stock of employment as opposed to a buffer stock of unemployment. The idea of the buffer stock that Minsky and Pavlina just mentioned, we do have lots of buffer stock mechanisms that the government actually uses on a regular basis. We have a buffer stock for corn, a buffer stock for wheat, a buffer stock for oil. All of these commodities are considered by the government to be extremely important for the function of the economy. And as a result, we designed a mechanism to stabilize the price of corn, the price of wheat, the price of oil. So the government acts as a buyer of last resort when there's too much corn in the system and stores it in massive, gigantic warehouses, some of them in Kansas City. And when there is a shortage of corn in the market, the government will release that excess supply so that the price of corn stays stable over time. So corn is not allowed to remain unemployed in the United States and in many other countries. Same thing for oil, same thing for other commodities. We don't allow those commodities to remain unemployed. We have a program for them. And yet we have no buffer stock system for people when they lose employment that left to their own devices. Corn doesn't complain. Corn doesn't commit suicide. Corn doesn't get depression. Corn doesn't have all the social problems that we have in society. I'm not saying all problems are related to unemployment, but a lot of those problems are related to unemployment. And there are tons of studies that Paulina and others have cited. There were many other lesser known scholars who contributed to this intellectual history. I'm not going to go through the details of their work, but I'll urge you to look at their work. It's fantastic. The first two are lesser known, even in the job guarantee and MMT circles. John Pearson and John Philip Ornette. John Pearson from the left of the political spectrum, John Philip Ornette from the right of the political spectrum, writing about job guarantee, functional finance, MMT back in the 50s and 60s. But Abel Lerner is much more known in our circles as one of the founding figures of functional finance. John Pearson was not an academic economist, he was a government economist. He was essentially obsessed with the idea of full employment and couldn't, stop writing about it, advocating for it for many, many years. He calls his program economic performance insurance. It's essentially a job guarantee program, a buffer stock program, where the government acts as the employer of last resort. He said the government should stand ready to step in as employer of last resort or step out when necessary as disemployer of first resort. The mechanism to permit that would be a nationwide reserve shelf of additional public services and public works. So at the local community, the same way that Rob Parento was explaining this morning, the local community, they know the problems that they have in the local community. They know the needs of the community. So all you have to do is get people together and build a list of projects, a list of problems that the local community needs to address. And then you'll have funding from the federal government through a grant-making program that will allow local communities to get things done with decent wages, living wages. And if need be, that the government could reshelve some of the public works projects or scale back as necessary. John Philip Ornette, as I mentioned, comes from the right of the political spectrum, but also the context he was in during the Cold War. So he made the case that full employment is the best way to beat communism in the United States. And he was very concerned about the political aspect of things. But in terms of the financing, in terms of how central banks work, in terms of sovereign currency, he had the whole thing figured out in his writings in the 50s and 60s. He talks about very meticulous coordination between fiscal and monetary policy. You can't, pretend that central banks are independent because they're not. And on money, I love this quote from Ornette. It sounds like Randy Ray. It sounds like Abel Lerner. It sounds like anything in tears. The function of the federal taxes is preventing inflation. The federal government literally does not have to collect taxes in order to get the money for its expenditure. Like any other sovereign government, our federal government has the power of creating money. It was 1945. Abel Lerner, writing in the 30s and 40s and later on, develops the idea of functional finance that many of us have talked about. When I say functional finance, the term that a lot of people use today is modern money theory or MMT, pretty much the same. So the principles of functional finance that I want to highlight here, and we've heard some of this. The sovereign government is the monopoly issuer of the currency. In the U.S., it's only the U.S. government can print dollars. It's illegal for anybody else to do it. Jail for that. Government has no limit on printing money. A sovereign government creates a demand for its currency by imposing a tax on the population. So that's the demand for the currency. Government spending puts money into the system, and taxes, when they're collected by the federal government, essentially withdraw currency from the system or destroy money from the system. We have it backwards. Most people believe that taxes pay for government services. People say it all the time. we don't pay taxes, you're not, who's gonna pay for the police officers and the teachers and the firefighters? Well, from a functional finance perspective, you can't logically say that, because the government has to spend the money into existence first, put it into the system, then the rest of us use it to, buy goods and services and pay taxes. How can you pay taxes to the government without having the currency, which comes from the government in the first place? So we have a backwards there. And then people say, well, the government borrows from us because the government is broke. How can you be broke? How can you borrow from the population when you print your own sovereign currency? Why would I borrow from you if I can print my own money? Right? So what's the purpose of bonds? Why does the government issue bonds? Well, it's not to finance spending, but it's really to withdraw currency from the system, to stabilize interest rates, but it's not to finance government spending. Go to the deficit issue. So people complain about the deficit and the national debt. The size of the deficit from a functional finance perspective does not matter. What matters is the function of the deficit. That's why it's called functional finance. If the function of the deficit is to achieve full employment, price stability, environmental sustainability, so be it. It doesn't matter what the level is. It matters what the goals are that you achieve. A deficit and a national debt can always be managed by the sovereign issue of the currency. Now, this is very important because when we talk about the federal government deficit and national debt, this is very different from your personal debt to your bank. Because that personal debt, you have to work hard, earn money, and pay it off. Otherwise, you're in trouble. Because you can't print your own money. And the bank, even if you do, the bank will not take it. But the federal government is a completely different situation. So that's why we talk about sovereign currency issuers. At the state level, it's different. The state of Ohio doesn't print its own currency, so we have other issues. And the conclusion of this perspective is that you can't argue, like most mainstream economists, that there's a trade-off between unemployment and inflation. There's a negative. From our perspective, you can achieve both full employment and price stability and sustainability without any problem. So Minsky's work in the 60s, and then a whole bunch of institutes and centers, many of them are represented here, have done a lot of work over the last couple of decades on the job guarantee program. And here at the Binzagr Institute, we're hoping to continue that tradition. So how does the buffer stock mechanism work? Minsky says, take workers as they are, where they are, give them jobs first, training later, on-the-job training. So the government essentially acts as an employer of last resort. Will offer to hire anybody who's ready, willing, and able to work at a socially established living wage, minimum wage, whatever you want to call it. We as a society can decide what that level is. And essentially hires everybody who's available to work. Local communities at the state level, city level, village level will decide what the priorities are. And we'll work with local nonprofits who are already doing a lot of this work. And you ask a lot of the nonprofits here in town and they tell you, we rely on donations, we rely on volunteers, and we do what we can to, to deal with the problems that we deal with. We don't have financial resources, but we have ideas, and we have people who are willing to work and to accomplish those projects. So here the funding will come from the federal government. The selection, the implementation, the design, the monitoring, everything will be done at the local level with partnerships with NGOs and community organizations and city officials. So it's a decentralized program. Only the funding comes from the sovereign issuer of the currency. The implementation again is at the local level. What happens to the private sector when the government takes all the unemployed in public service? Well, the private sector can always hire somebody from the pool of job guarantee workers. If anything, they would actually prefer that. And Paulina just talked about the research that a lot of employers would rather hire somebody who's already employed. They don't want to hire the unemployable, right? That's code word for people who have been unemployed for a long time, people with criminal records, people with disability, women and minorities, they're unemployable, right? because they've been unemployed for a long time, so we're not going to even consider them. But here, now you have people who are working in the job guarantee program, show up on time, useful, productive work is being done. They have a track record of being employable. They have a track record of being productive. Would you rather hire them or hire somebody who's been unemployed for 2 years? Well, as a business person, I would rather hire somebody who's been working in a community service project than hire somebody who's been unemployed for 2 years. I'm not a business person, but I talk to a lot of business people and they say they would. So it reduces the depreciation of skills caused by unemployment, and it will have training and educational components to improve skills. And most importantly, it will reduce the uncertainty that we face over the business cycle, both on the business side and also on the consumer side. If you're a business, you're always watching for consumer confidence indices and things like that. So this will smooth the business cycle in that sense. The employer of last resort will not displace private sector work because you will specifically design projects that address issues that are not even provided by the private sector. So you're complementing the private sector. You're not replacing the private sector. So the local community projects will not start building cars and competing with Detroit. They're building community development projects, environmental projects, after-school programs that governments and cities tell us we can't afford anymore, right? Because we don't have money. There's a long list of jobs, and Rob and Nat and others have talked about all kinds of things. And this is the idea of the buffer stock. The current system, we have that red box there of unemployment that we say we can't afford to hire those people. With the job guarantee program, you immediately absorb everybody into a useful, productive community development program. When there's a recession, you take all the unemployed. But when the private sector improves and the economy starts to boom, the private sector will start hiring workers away from the job guarantee program. So the size will shrink, hence the buffer of the system. Now, how can the private sector convince somebody to quit their community development job guarantee work and come work for them? Well, they have to compete. They have to offer them at least the same wage or some sort of perks, benefits, retirement benefits, nice suit, cell phones, whatever will attract a worker away from a local community project. But that's for us as a society to decide what is the minimum level of quality of life that a job should provide to a human being, and then anything above that is okay. But we're setting the bar way too low for us as a society. How to finance the job guarantee? I just talked about functional finance budgeting. Randy yesterday talked about this, so I'm going to skip it in terms of private sector surplus balances with the government sector deficit. Minsky talks about 57 varieties of capitalism. There are 57 varieties of job guarantee programs too. The problem with all of these varieties, most of these varieties, is that they're always designed as an emergency program. When there is a massive crisis or a Great Depression, they're always limited in terms of who can qualify for the jobs, how long they can work, how many hours they can work. The wage is usually very limited in terms of how much employees get in these programs. The U.S. deal, Sweden, very long tradition of employment programs. Argentina in the 2000s with the TEPES program, which was limited to one head of household member for a certain number of hours. And then as soon as the economy sort of recovers and we're kind of going back to normal, usually all of these programs are canceled through a political process and removed. India has the largest job guarantee program now in the world in terms of numbers. It guarantees employment for 100 days to rural farm workers. And again, it's limited to 100 days. The wage is not very high. What we're proposing here is different. What we're proposing is a permanent buffer stock mechanism. We have a permanent buffer stock for corn. We don't say we'll just have a buffer stock for corn when it's permanent. We have a buffer stock for oil that's permanent for all of these commodities, and yet for people we say we'll only have it temporarily at miserable wages, and we'll cancel it as soon as we can. Proposals for the US, but Lena presented some of her research. I did some calculations a few years ago. You can have a 3-tiered wage structure. You can offer a job guarantee program for skilled workers, semi-skilled workers, unskilled workers, starting at $15 an hour. You can play around with the numbers. It doesn't matter. These are random numbers that I thought are reasonable. But if I were to do it, actually put it in place, it will be based on state-based or city-based living wage or some sort of combination. But let's see the numbers. Even if you don't believe in functional finance and all this MMT stuff, let's see if it's actually too expensive. Because people say we can't afford it, it's too expensive, we're going broke, we have no money. So I did the calculation for 23 million people, which includes the unemployed, some of the underemployed. It didn't include all the categories, but a lot of people. Let's see if we employ them full-time, budget for infrastructure, budget for all the raw materials that you need to buy. It's less than 4% of GDP. Now, how much did we spend after 2008 bailing out Wall Street and all the other companies? And it did not put a dent in unemployment. And here we're talking about going directly to the problem, as what Lena was saying earlier on, instead of hoping that somehow the money that we're spending on Wall Street will trickle down to Central Ohio and will create full employment. The current recovery is obviously still problematic. You can phase in the program. You can say, well, it's too difficult to employ 23 million people at the same time. Okay, fine. Just do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Start with the long-term unemployed. Find something. Do something. So what we're trying to do with a lot of these proposals and with our work with the Binzagr Institute is to say there are solutions. Remember the Margaret Thatcher line that there is no alternative. The TINA idea that really dominates public policy to this day. And what we're trying to say is there are plenty of alternatives. And we're trying to showcase a lot of them today and on our website. So the cost of the program is not expensive. And in terms of ideas, the sky's the limit, as Rob said this morning. Once you understand the financing problem, the sky's the limit. Developing countries, a lot of people say, well, they don't really have financial sovereignty. They can't really afford what the US or the UK can do. There's quite a bit of literature on this. Jan Kriegel, back in the 90s, wrote this paper. It's actually saying, is this only for rich countries, or can developing countries also work on this? And his work on, he was at UNCTAD at the UN for a long time, and he really did fantastic work in terms of getting policy people and economists to rethink this idea that developing countries need more loans, right? That they need external financing. And he really developed this idea that what you need to do is mobilize domestic resources, work at the local level. You don't need external financing, because when you have financial sovereignty as a country, you can build anything you want. The problem is developing countries have lost their financial sovereignty over time. And here's how we define financial sovereignty: is when a country issues its own currency, collects taxes in that same currency. A country must always borrow in its own currency, so issue government bonds denominated in your own currency, not in a foreign currency. That's the problem with a lot of developing countries. They borrow in dollars or in euros, which they can't print, which means they have to export their way out of that debt. And when you have a structural trade problems, you're not going to be able to export your way out of that problem. It's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then the IMF and World Bank show up and say, we'll lend you more money to make it even more impossible for you to get out of this. So what we need to do is to regain financial sovereignty by moving away from debt-financed economic development for emerging countries and developing countries to more domestic employment-led economic development. This can't be done overnight, but we have to start somewhere. And most of the countries, we're not even there. So we want the job guarantee-led development that focuses on mobilizing domestic resources and staying away from, foreign financing as much as possible. I'm going to quickly mention a couple of other studies that I did, and Matt and Mike Kelsey helped with the second one. The case of Tunisia, same thing, developing country, lots of external debt problems. And somebody mentioned, Rob mentioned Greece. The external debt problem is usually focused on two areas for most countries. Tunisia is a classic example. It's a food shortage and energy shortage. So no matter what you do in terms of borrowing, in terms of financing, in terms of interest rate, if you don't address the food shortage structural problem, you're always going to import food. And if you don't address the energy deficit problem, you're always going to import energy. And we have all of these alternative energy solutions that only require domestic resources. You don't even have to import them. And we still say we need to borrow money so we can help Tunisia pay for its debt. Right? So the job guarantee program for Tunisia will cost less than 5% of GDP. It addresses all the unemployed, not a select few. A recent study we published at the Institute looks at Saudi Arabia, and I'll show some of the numbers here. We didn't want to include all the costs of unemployment. We just focused on the economic cost of the unemployment in Saudi Arabia for 2 million people. We didn't count the social issues and all the health issues, just in terms of how much GDP is lost because of unemployment in Saudi Arabia. And it's close to 29% of GDP. Now that's expensive in terms of, I don't know what the daily number would be in terms of the Mitchell's approach. Whereas a very generous, very, very generous job guarantee program will only cost 5% of GDP. And yet we have people saying it's too expensive, we can't afford it. Right? And these are some of the breakdown of the numbers. The report is on our website, so feel free to check it out. So for developing countries, the financial sovereignty aspect is important. So what I have here is a spectrum of financial sovereignty. You have countries who have full financial sovereignty, have no external debt. The United States will be in that category. The US national debt, all of it is denominated in US dollars. So there is no solvency problem in terms of the US debt. But then you have on the other end of the spectrum, countries who completely lost their financial sovereignty, who have no control over or have no national currency, I should say, to begin with. So Greece would be in that situation. Some countries completely dollarized and gave up their currency. But then you have a whole bunch in the middle who can have or can make the policy choices to move closer to the full financial sovereignty end of the spectrum. I'm talking about a lot of emerging countries. I'm talking about the case of Tunisia. I'm talking about the case of Saudi Arabia, where if you design the right policy choices that address your actual domestic economic problems and leverage your domestic resources before you look outside the country, mostly labor resources, and you focus those, especially in a lot of Middle Eastern countries, it's water problems, it's food problems, and I don't know if you've been to the Middle East. It's very sunny. Very hot. It seems pretty obvious that you have a limitless source of energy, abundant source of young people who are unemployed, and youth unemployment is people think about terrorism being the problem. Youth unemployment is going to change the world in bad ways if we don't address it very, very quickly. And this is not just in the Middle East, this is across the world. In Europe, what a waste. An entire generation of young people. We spend a lot of money and energy and resources to educate them, get them to high school degree, to college degree, and then we tell them, sorry, we don't have a job for you. What a waste, right? So if you try to account for the financial cost of unemployment, youth unemployment, And then I wanted to address very quickly a question that Corey asked yesterday. So there are lots of ways of financing these programs. When it comes to the local level, you don't necessarily have to wait for the federal government or the state government. In the U.S. and around the world, in the last 10, 15 years, there's this really successful way of doing things at the local level with community organizations. So venture capitalists, find interesting business ventures. They bet on those. They make money and sometimes lose money. But the way they work is they're not going to give you money and say, good luck, see you in 5 years, please bring it back. They give you money plus consulting plus monitoring plus all the logistics that you need to start a business. The venture capitalists will provide. They work with you, right? And then they decided, well, we make a lot of money, we give it to charity. But what do? We give it to charity and then we tell them, good luck, see you later. See you next year, we'll give you more money next year. So over the last 15 years or so, some venture capitalists turned venture philanthropists. And what they did was, well, why don't we use the same model that we use in venture capitalism and apply it and work with nonprofit organizations, community development organizations. Instead of giving them money and saying, give food to the poor, good luck, see you next year, let's address the root cause of the problem. Let's try to maximize profits, but maximize social impact. So this is, and there's a lot of SVP, social venture partnership. We have 2 of them in Ohio, one in Cleveland, one in Cincinnati. There's, I think the main one is in San Francisco. SVP International is based in San Francisco. Seattle. Okay. This is one way to do it, to get around the banking system, the financial system, and it's a much more effective way of employing people. To conclude, the unemployment crisis coupled with the climate crisis call for urgent and bold actions, and we're not doing enough. The current jobs policies that we have are too weak, too expensive, and ineffective. Climate action policies are too slow, too small, and maybe soon will be too late. We can't rely on market incentives and supply-side economics to produce full employment. Full employment is possible, desirable, affordable, is a prerequisite for sustainable prosperity. Thank you. Let's do 5 minutes of questions.
Let's do 5 minutes of
And
questions.
we'll do answers over lunch. And
Answers over lunch.
You moderate.
Okay, yeah, so come up to the microphone, even if your name is Roman or Paul, come up to the microphone. So everybody online can hear your question.
All right, just want to thank everybody for the presentation. They were great. And my question is for Fidel, thank you for the talk. But what I want to know is, does or could the job guarantee program be used to expand mass public transportation systems like clean light rail? And if so, how do we convince policymakers that this does not compete with private sector industries that are dependent on fossil fuel, like the auto airline?
Let's collect all the questions.
Okay.
Thank you. And the job guarantee programs are about funding things that need to be funded. One of the things that I think is gaining some awareness from the general public is about we are paying Walmart's profits through subsidizing their workers. So would this have anything about taking away subsidies for crappy payers?
Short answer is yes.
Okay.
We have a new term like that.
That's my first thing as a comment. I guess probably didn't really think about it. Monitor that or heard? Was that turned on? Maybe I heard it really close. Probably didn't make me think about this. I haven't heard anybody mention yet the government providing jobs in forms of supplying the military industrial complex. If you think about it, all all the weapons manufacturing that goes on, all the military bases, soldiers, people who work in military bases on the civilian side, they're all provided by government money, so those are government jobs.
Okay, and thank you. And then the other one was an actual question. If we do actually encourage these other nation states to move towards their own sovereign control of their currencies, how are you going to address the problem of the petrodollar? We've had people killed for encouraging, suggesting you move away from the dollar as a trade standard for oil. So, like Gaddafi.
Thank you so much for your talk. It makes way too much sense. It'll never work. This is really exciting stuff. And it's a macro issue that must be implemented. We're wondering if, one, what are the responses of people in power when you suggested this? Two, is there a possibility of immediately impacting programs like this on a micro level in small communities? Obviously, self-interest there. And then three, how are you addressing the sociological, the psychological, the economic, and even the overall impact of what's happening to people in poverty and how we enter them into jobs on this level and how it's successful? And then my final question, I'm just so grateful for you guys, what you're doing. This is a real life for people in small communities like us. Thank you very much.
Should we do questions? Because we're going to have a Q&A at the end of these questions.
For the panel. Yeah, I think we're standing between you and lunch.
I just want to make one comment.
Go ahead, answer these ones. And then
Oh, okay, and then.
So any more questions on the afternoon?
We're going to have a panel in the afternoon that's just Q&A, so maybe some of these.
Yeah, a lot of this will be answered in the very last time before dinner.
Go ahead.
So let's take the questions and then.
Okay, do the opposite of what I just said.
I'd like to hear somebody address the, the implementation of the MMT standard covertly. And what I mean is basically Bretton Woods is when that was done under the presumption that the U.S. had the largest reserve of gold at that time. But in fact, it basically set up a capture by the Wall Street, London, City of London, et cetera, relative to funding and getting the various developing countries in the debt. So there's a working of the angles in there as well. All of us all.
Anybody else have an easy question?
Lunch is upstairs, so let's get lunch. We have a keynote speaker also, so we will. Yeah, so we'll answer these questions. We'll answer these questions in the afternoon panel. Thank you. This room will not be locked during lunch, so if you have anything valuable, take it with you. Once again, somebody left their iPad, let's say, $300 on the floor in that area. If it's yours, please come and claim it.
His battery died too.
It's a good thing you only have 2 people.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I'm gonna turn off all the mics because I feel like we're leaving on, they're just dying. This one's all set.
I don't know. I saw you over there.
It's just.
Take this down.
Blocking any.
Take this down. And so.
Yeah, you don't.
最多的是啊，对啊，是那些。睡着。
Oh, there is one. Oh, I may just talk to myself.
我要去另外一个场地，我把电脑。不用了，那个楼上那个是不用电脑的。都是。
Are you staying for the next shift?
I don't know what to do. Where's Cheryl?
I know they're gonna need it, so I guess you could probably just leave it up. They'll probably use it. I don't know about the live streaming part though. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd ask before.
Oh, you're outside. Here.
So, yeah, that was it. And then yeah, I mean, that's usually why it's fixed. So he was also out. Yeah.
I don't know. So I'm gonna go look here, but I think we need to shut it off and then start up. But we'll see what I can figure out here, if anything.
No problem. You gotta do it. You gotta move it along.
I guess this stuff's okay. It's just paper.
Thank you for all of your work.
Oh, yeah.
Policies that we specify so narrowly the outcomes where in policy and so we don't need recovery and, applies 3 to 4 million jobs.